Chapter 309. Should I crush one for an experiment? I can have 2 eyes, but I only have 1 life. If I crush one, I won't be able to keep my life. I don't know if it was anger or pain, but Snake Lord felt dizzy. He felt like he was going to pass out. It seems like you are very sincere. Should I accept your deal? Fang Yan was hesitant. Red mouth. You are red mouth. Snake Lord gritted his teeth and roared with a mouth full of blood. This time, the Snake Lord really fainted. In order to cooperate with Fang Yan, he even gouged out one of his eyes. Moreover, that eye was his primordial spirit snake's eye. Without that eye, he couldn't continue to cultivate, and his cultivation would stop there. What's worse was that the person who had the snake's eye was his master. The master had the power to kill his snake slave. If you don't accept my deal, why the F***ck did you take my snake's eye? What do you want to play? I have nothing now, I really can't afford it. Too immature. Fang Yan was very dissatisfied with Snake Lord's behavior. A deal. Of course we need to talk first, then we can barter. We haven't even finished talking, and you already fainted. Are we going to do this deal or not? Also, what is red mouth? At this time, a clear and loud voice came from the depths of the forest on the lake shore. Red mouth is the devil of Xiangxi. He is powerful and has committed many evil deeds. Even the king of poisons, Snake Lord, called you red mouth and was angered to death by you. This shows your true nature. Fang Yan was overjoyed and shouted, F***ck, Master, you are here too. Although I don't agree with what you said, I accept your criticism. Master is right. I'm not broad-minded enough, my horizons are not broad enough, and I'm not friendly enough to others. I will definitely change and turn over a new leaf. As Fang Yan spoke, his eyes were still looking around. Because of the dense trees, it was difficult for Fang Yan to find traces of Tianjizi. What was even more strange was that Tianjizi's voice was very loud, but it seemed like only he could hear it. Fang Yan noticed a couple on a boat in the distance. They were chatting and laughing as usual, and he didn't notice anything strange. Clearly, this was a special method of voice transmission. Fang Yan quickly moved his foot away from Snake Lord's neck and said, how about I give him back his eye? I didn't ask him to dig it out, and he dug it out before I could stop him. It's already a worldly possession, how can I let him put it back on? Then I should give it to Master as a filial piety. I don't want those evil things that are stained with blood, Tianjizi said. Since it's already in your hands, you should keep it well. Perhaps it is also a good deed. Also, when did I accept you as my disciple? When have you ever taken me as your master? Master and I hit it off the moment we met. The first time I saw you, I felt a sense of familiarity. At that time, I thought that I must make this great and outstanding man my master, Fang Yan said sincerely. You say? Tianto say? You almost angered me to death. If I didn't have enough willpower, I would have ended up like that Snake Lord. You dare to say you felt like old friends at first sight, bastard brat, you think you can hide your thoughts from me? That was a test for Master. Testing Master's cultivation and temperament, as well as Master's moral quality. Master was angered but not angry, insulted but not angry. You performed very well, even better than I expected. You make it sound good. You're trying to learn from my old wood meet spring, right? How can a rotten wood meet spring? When spring comes, the rotten wood will naturally sprout. When will spring come? Depends on the weather. Depends on the heaven's will. Fang Yan's expression was serious, closed his eyes and thought for a while, then said, Master, since you said so, you naturally have a way to deal with this Snake Lord, just tell me, I will obey, you already know how to deal with him. He has 3 tribulations of fate with you, fate has yet to end, let him live, Tianjizi sighed. He is also a pitiful person. Fine. Then I will listen to Master, Fang Yan readily agreed. Tianjizi laughed and said, Bastard brat, if you want to be my disciple, you will need some luck. Wait until you have the heart of 3 jewels, then it won't be too late. Heart of 3 jewels. Fang Yan panicked and asked, Master, what are the 3 hearts? The heart of bravery, the heart of slaughter, the heart of justice. Fang Yan patted his chest and said, Master, I have them. I have them. Fang Yan unbuttoned his shirt, almost taking out his heart and placing it in front of Tianjizi. To become Fang Yan's disciple, he was willing to risk his life. Tianjizi laughed and said, Whether I have them or not is not up to you to decide. It is up to someone else. Who is that someone else? Ask him to examine me, Master, I really do have them. Just accept me, and tell me how a rotten wood meets spring. Take care of yourself. Tianjizi laughed and left. Master, 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 you're really leaving. After waiting for a long time, he didn't hear Tianjizi's reply. What are you laughing for? I asked you a question, but you didn't even want to answer. Do you have the air of an enlightened master? Fang Yan angrily said. He was currently facing a bottleneck, thinking about it day and night, wanting to improve his cultivation. If he could comprehend the rotten wood meets spring technique, he would be able to push down the wall of illusions in front of him and step into the unknown place. That was the world that even the old drunkard was painstakingly searching for. Thinking that he might be able to walk ahead of the old drunkard and Yi Ro, Fang Yan's heart was burning. Bastard! Tianjizi's voice suddenly came. At the same time, Fang Yan felt a strong force slapping towards the boat. Fang Yan didn't dare to block it, letting the force blow his boat towards the west bank. Clang! The boat crashed into the stone wall on the shore. Fang Yan had already hugged Jiang Qin, whose sleeping acupoint he sealed, in his arms. As for the Snake Lord, with his constitution, he probably wouldn't care about such a degree of injury, right? Master! Fang Yan stood on the boat and shouted. No one answered. Master! Still no one answered. Fang Yan finally relaxed. That Taoist priest must have really left this time. He's too cunning, he actually backstabbed me. Is there any trust between people? When Jiang Qin woke up, he was lying on a bench in the park. The moonlight was cool, and the chill was rising from the ground layer by layer. In the dark forest, there were birds and insects chirping, as well as the footsteps and whispers of tourists in the distance. Strangely, there were no mosquitoes. Not a single mosquito or insect appeared around Fang Yan and Jiang Qin. Fang Yan thought for a bit and understood. That was one of the effects of the Snake Lord's eye. Snakes were highly poisonous, and the Snake Lord's eye was the king of poisons. Now that it was in the leather bag in his arms, the smell and deterrence it emitted was not something that could be resisted by a few insects. Fang Yan thought that the Snake Lord's eye was really a good thing. If he cut it into 10 or 20 pieces and gave 1 piece to his grandmother, 1 piece to his grandfather, 1 piece to his grandparents, 1 piece to his parents, and all his relatives, it would be an excellent medicine to repel mosquitoes and poisons. He just didn't know if the Snake Lord would feel pain. Jiang Qin's long legs were placed on the chair, but her head was resting on Fang Yan's thigh. Her shoulder was covered with a coat. It was the coat that Fang Yan took off. Jiang Qin suddenly jumped up and exclaimed, Toads, so many toads. Fang Yan pressed Jiang Qin down on the chair and said with a smile, the toads are gone. We are safe now. Fang Yan was worried that Jiang Qin would see too many bloody things, so he hit her sleep acupoint before the Snake Lord appeared. When Jiang Qin woke up, her consciousness was still the same as before she fainted. The afterimage of the toads was still overwhelming in her mind. Jiang Qin calmed down and looked at Fang Yan with concern. Are you okay? I'm fine. Where are the toads? I drove them away. That's scary. Fang Yan smiled and looked at Jiang Qin. I'll take you back. Jiang Qin was silent for a while, then she stood up happily and said, okay. The two of them got up and stopped a taxi at the entrance of the park. They rushed to the urban village where Jiang Qin's family lived. They got off at the entrance of the alley. The teacher and student walked toward the same destination one after another. Fang Yan stood at the door of Jiang Qin's courtyard and waited for Jiang Qin to come over. He said with a smile, "Forget what happened today. I won't go in." "What happened today?" Jiang Qin asked with a smile. Fang Yan smiled and said, "I won't see you two off tomorrow. Yuan Lin and I will wait for you in Yanjing after the holidays," Jiang Qin said. "If you don't come, we won't go back." Fang Yan smiled and said, "Then stay in Yanjing for the new year." Okay. Jiang Qin was excited. "Let's go to your house for the new year, okay? Will your parents be very happy? They will say, 'Yo, whose girl is so beautiful?' Ha ha ha." Fang Yan shook his head with a wry smile and turned to leave. Jiang Qin stood behind him and shouted, "Mr. Fang." Fang Yan turned around. Jiang Qin shook his arm and said, "Remember to wear the watch." Fang Yan raised his arm and showed the watch given by Jiang Qin. He said, "I'm wearing it." "Good night," Jiang Qin said happily. He opened the door and ran in. On the plane. In business class. Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin were wearing a black and white sweater, wearing colorful hats and a wide scarf around their necks. They looked like two beautiful dolls. On the whole plane, they were the most dazzling. Even the flight attendants couldn't help but look at them a few more times when they were busy. A middle-aged man on the opposite side of the aisle handed over a business card with an amiable smile on his face. He said, "You two girls are cute and have a fresh temperament. If you want to develop in the entertainment industry, I can help recommend you. By the way, I'm the director of All Big Stars. My surname is Huang and my name is Wei." Sister Li grabbed the business card with her chubby hand and said with a bright face, "Are you really a director? Do you think I can go up? I can sing and do yanko. If you don't believe me, I can sing a song for you first. You can help me test." Chapter 310. There were Bo Lu in the world, and then there would be 1,000 Li horse. Bo Lu was common, but 1,000 Li horse was rare. This was what Huang Wei felt after working for many years. There was no lack of handsome men and beautiful women in the entertainment circle, but there were very few talented stars. Beautiful women were everywhere, and it was rare to see someone who could sing and act well. After the era of Tang Zhong, there were only 2 or 3 stars who could be thrown to the international stage to support Hua Xia's entertainment circle. Xia was an all-rounder, but her temperament was too calm, and she didn't fight for anything, so there was less excitement to watch. Therefore, Huang Wei felt that it was necessary to find more backup talents for the entertainment circle. When he saw Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin, he had a feeling that his eyes lit up. It was not only because they were beautiful, but also because their temperament was quite attractive. Pure and untainted, pure and natural. Good seedlings. Huang Wei secretly praised in his heart. After observing them again and again, he felt that these 2 little girls were smart and lovely, and he wanted to take them under his hands. However, as a big shot, he told himself that he must be steady at this time. He hoped that what would happen next would be like this: the 2 girls would glance at him from time to time and discuss in low voices. Finally, one of them would take the initiative to greet him and ask if he was Mr. Huang Wei. He would nod his head reservedly and ask if he was Mr. Huang Wei. Then, they would have a pleasant conversation. The 2 girls would express their admiration for him and he would implicitly praise them for their talent. Then, everyone would hit it off. But, why didn't they recognize him? The worst part was that they kept talking to each other with their heads close to each other. They did not even look in his direction. Huang Wei was really angry. Finally, when the plane began to fly, he couldn't help but take the initiative to hand over his business card. He could only be relieved when the matter was settled. A pair of rough fat hands suddenly appeared in front of Huang Wei, and he was so scared that he fell to the ground. His gaze was fixed on Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin. In his eyes, there was only their every word and action, every frown and every smile. Where did this old witch jump out from? Who are you? Huang Wei asked with a bad expression. What he wanted was a young and beautiful girl. Why did you jump out at him? Huang Wei was not satisfied with Sister Li, and Sister Li was even more dissatisfied with Huang Wei. Pervert. This was Sister Li's first impression of Huang Wei. From the first time she saw Huang Wei, she saw this old man staring at her daughter and Yuan Lin. Of course, he mainly stared at her daughter, because her daughter was more beautiful. It was Sister Li's first time to take a plane. She was a little nervous and even a little airsick. So, she closed her eyes and rested as soon as she got on the plane. This was also the reason why Huang Wei completely ignored her. She hardly talked to Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin, which made Huang Wei misunderstand that she was an independent passenger. Although her eyes were closed, but of Sister Li, she was Huang's words. Although, she was be. She. Too, she said. Wei. Li. She insisted on not falling asleep because she wanted to prevent this old man from laying his hands on her daughter. Sure enough, her waiting was not in vain. The old man began to give her his business card. Without a second thought, she snatched the name card from his hand. I'm a loyal fan of All Stars. I've watched every episode of your show. Sometimes I watch it when I'm cooking, sometimes I watch it when I'm washing clothes. If I go out to set up a stall, I watch the reruns when I come back. I love it. Sister Li's eyes were shining. She said excitedly. Fan. In that case, his attitude couldn't be too bad. If the news of the show's crew scolding the fans was exposed by the media, his personal image and the show's brand reputation would be seriously affected. Thank you for your support. Do you have any good suggestions? Huang Wei wanted to end the conversation with her because he didn't know what to say to this arrogant woman. I do have some good suggestions. All Stars is a good show, but it's a little out of touch. Your advertising slogan is that anyone can be a star. You also say that anyone who stands on the stage to participate in the talent show is a big star. But look, they're all handsome men and beautiful women. Isn't it fake? What kind of people are watching TV? They're all aunties like me. But has any aunties ever performed on stage? Has any aunties ever entered the top 8? Not to mention the top 4 and the champion. Auntie, this is our mistake. We will definitely correct it. Huang Wei explained. Who would want to watch a group of aunties on the stage? He had to think about the efficiency of the show. It's good that you will correct it. My suggestion was not in vain. Sister Li nodded happily. I'm not only your fan. I'm also a singer who has dreams and pursuits. I want to show my ability in the entertainment industry. Why don't you package me first? I won't let you down. Auntie, you have to consider this carefully. If the conditions are suitable, we will take the initiative to contact you. How is it not right? Look at Auntie Susan from America. She became so popular the moment she appeared on that show. Can't our Huaxia have a Sister Li? I can't make this decision alone. Don't try to fool me. You just said that you're Huang Wei, the director of All Stars. You're the scriptwriter and director. Don't you have a lot of power? I also have to consider the attitude of the TV station. Then can you recommend someone for me? Who knows, it might work out. If I become as popular as Auntie Susan, you'll be my Bo Lu. The key is, what if you can't become popular? Then I'll become a joke in the industry. Of course, Huang Wei didn't dare to say this out loud. He was afraid that if he said it out loud, the auntie would slap him. He knew that in terms of combat ability, he was no match for Sister Li. I will consider it carefully. Huang Wei said. Do you mean you won't consider it? If you don't believe me, I'll sing for you. There's really no need. This is a plane. That's great. Let everyone listen and help me verify it. If everyone claps for me, you'll let me go on All Stars? Huang Wei didn't dare to bet with her. No matter how Sister Li sang, as long as she dared to sing in front of so many people on the plane, those who were not afraid of trouble would definitely applaud. You agree? Then shall we start? No need, no need. The plane started to take off. Huang Wei felt a little dizzy. Aren't you bullying me? I said that I will consider it carefully. I will definitely consider it carefully. When the time is right, I'll invite you to join our show. With that, Huang Wei quickly closed his eyes and covered his ears with his headphones. After being messed up by Sister Li, he forgot what he was going to do. Okay, I have your number. I'll call you when I'm free. Sister Li held Huang Wei's business card and said with a smile. When Huang Wei heard Sister Li's words, he wanted to snatch his business card back. But he knew that if he did that, it would be too rude and might cause public anger. He could only suppress this tempting idea. He thought, when you call, I'll set him as a sales advertisement. Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin laughed until they couldn't breathe. Sister Li's performance today was too tough. Sister Li looked at Huang Wei and sneered, if you want to get my daughter, you have to go through me first. Then she lowered her head and said to Jiang Qin and Yuan Lin, this person doesn't look like a good person. Don't have any contact with him. Don't say a word to him. Also, the men outside are bad. You must be 100% careful. Jiang Qin hugged his mother's arm and said happily, Mom, don't worry. We'll be fine. Sister Li nodded and said, you guys chat. I'll sleep for a while. Oh my God, how did the plane suddenly soar so high? I'm a little dizzy. When Sister Li fell asleep, Yuan Lin gently poked Jiang Qin's arm and asked softly, you said you wanted to buy a gift for Mr. Fang this time. Did you get it? Ah. Did I say that? Jiang Qin's cheeks were slightly red. She lowered her head and played with the headphones in her hand. I've been staying at home with my parents. I didn't have time to choose a gift. Me too. Yuan Lin said with an unnatural expression. After pausing for a few minutes, Jiang Qin scratched his head in annoyance and said to Yuan Lin, I lied just now. I bought a watch for Mr. Fang. Me too. Yuan Lin said embarrassedly. I also chose a gift to send to him. The two girls looked at each other and smiled. The little knot between them instantly melted. At their age, there was nothing that could stop the friendship between them. Sister Li suddenly opened her eyes and stared at Jiang Qin. She asked, you bought a watch. How much is it? Is it the same as your dad's? It's not the same. Jiang Qin quickly said. That's good. Sister Li closed her eyes again. Mr. Fang really helped you a lot. It's only right to buy a gift that costs a few hundred yuan to thank him. You are still students. Even if you earn some money through your own efforts, you need to save it. There are many places where you need to spend money in the future. Jiang Qin really couldn't tell his mother that Mr. Fang's watch was more expensive than his dad's. Because Mr. Fang's watch was this year's new model. It was more fashionable. Chapter 311. Good morning, Teacher Zhang. Teacher Zhang looks so energetic today. Teacher Li, are you having tea? Teacher Qin, I knew the newspaper would be in your hands. When Fang Yan walked into the office, he greeted every teacher he met with a smile. Because Lu Chaoga had acquired Rosefinch, Fang Yan was Lu Chaoga's spokesperson in the school. Therefore, his seniority in the school was very low, but his status was very high. No one would come to attack or expel him. That would be asking for humiliation. However, Fang Yan was a good man who was neither arrogant nor conceited. Although he had made a comeback from the grassroots, he would not put on a high and mighty attitude. No matter which teacher he met, he would take the initiative to greet them. In the office, he would also do some small work like changing water and mopping the floor. He would even often share the good tea he got from his grandfather and Lu Chaoga with everyone to taste. He truly respected the elders, united his colleagues, treated people with sincerity, and tempted them with politeness. Because of Fang Yan's low profile and high profile, his colleagues treated Fang Yan differently. Everyone smiled when they saw him, and people often invited him to dinner parties. Of course, Most of those dinner parties were declined by Fang Yan. Because he really had more important things to do. Mr. Fang. I heard that your class fought with the students from Ivy League. They even beat up the students from Ivy League and sent them to the hospital. Teacher Zhang, who was wearing a red woolen coat, held the teacup in his hand and looked at Fang Yan and asked. Teacher Zhang, you heard about it too? Fang Yan asked with a smile. I heard about it too, Teacher Li said. I heard that Chang Qingteng and the others are arguing, saying that they won't let us have it easy. I have a university classmate who is a teacher in the Ivy League's key class. It's common for students to have some friction between them. What right do they have to argue? What right do they have to say that they won't let us have it easy? In the past, when Ivy League students bullied our students, why didn't they have such a big reaction? Exactly. Their students are treasures, but our students are weeds. You've gone too far. Seeing the anger in the office and everyone standing on his side, Fang Yan felt warmth in his heart. Regardless of whether they were sincere or not, this feeling was much more blissful than when he faced all the storms alone in the past. Fang Yan smiled and said, Don't worry, everyone. The matter has been resolved. It's settled. Teacher Zhang asked with a puzzled face, Did you apologize? No. You're right. It's no use apologizing. If they don't let it go, Director Li Mingxiang or Vice President Chen will have to deal with it. They have high standards. Director Li Mingxiang and Vice Principal Chen should have just found out about this. Is that Principal Zhang? Fang Yan waved his hand and said, Headmaster Zhang is busy with work. How can he have time to deal with such a small matter? No one showed up. Teacher Li, who was skinny but had always been intelligent, looked at Fang Yan suspiciously and said, Ivy League is so easy to talk to this time. It wasn't like this in the past. Fang Yan smiled and said, Maybe they know they're in the wrong. At this moment, the deputy director of the principal's office, Zheng Jing, walked up. Zheng Jing was the person Jiang Huan arranged to assist or monitor Lu Chaoga in the school. After Lu Chaoga left, Zheng Jing became a useless chess piece. Jiang Zhulu gave up on him, and Lu Xiaoga wouldn't take him away. Therefore, he became a dispensable person in the office, and his life was very miserable. After not seeing him for a long time, Zheng Jing's fat face had lost a lot of weight. He looked at Fang Yan with a smile and said, Good morning, Mr. Fang. When I came, I thought you weren't in the office. I was going to go to your house. I didn't expect Mr. Fang to come to the office so early. Mr. Fang never leaves early and is never late, Teacher Zhang said aloud. That's right. If we can come, why can't Mr. Fang come at such a young age? Someone added. You're talking as if Mr. Fang is often not in the office. This attack was even more vicious. There was no problem with Zheng Jing's words. If he still had the prestige of the previous deputy director, even if there was a problem with his words, everyone would pretend that they didn't see the problem. However, Zheng Jing, who was now hated by everyone in the school, had offended a large group of people because of a sentence to please Fang Yan. That loophole was infinitely magnified. If they were allowed to continue, Zheng Jing would become a heinous criminal who would be dragged out and thrown into the frying pan of hell. There was no anger or embarrassment on Zheng Jing's chubby face. He just kept bowing to the teachers and said, I said the wrong thing, I should be punished. Before the holidays, I'll treat everyone to a meal as an apology. Everyone in this office, please give me a chance to apologize. Zheng Jing's posture was so humble that no one dared to attack him again. Fang Yan looked at Zheng Jing's performance and asked, What did Director Zheng want from me? It's the deputy director. The deputy director. Zheng Jing corrected him seriously. The smile on his face was thick. It could be said that he was joking, but it could also be said that he was very serious about the way he addressed him. After this incident, Fang Yan finally realized Zheng Jing's excellence. Mr. Fang, Principal Zhang asked me to invite you to his office. Principal Zhang Xiaofeng? Do you know what's the matter? Fang Yan looked confused. Something good. Zheng Jing said with a smile. When I went in, I overheard a few words. It was Principal Zhong Dei from the Ivy School who came to apologize. Principal Zhang thought that you should go and show your face, Ivy School apologizing. And it was Principal Zhong Dei of the Ivy School who came to apologize personally? That crazy principal. That Zhong Dei who said that as long as he was in the Ivy School would suppress the Flower City High Middle School. Hiss, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. All the teachers present were filled with excitement. They felt that this was an exhilarating and gratifying matter for everyone. Fang Yan's eyes were slightly confused, but he immediately understood. For so many years, the Vermilion Birds results had always been suppressed by the Ivy League, and the Ivy League was extremely proud and arrogant. In many of the exchanges between the two schools, the Ivy League had never shown the slightest mercy, and they had beaten the Vermilion Bird until there was not a single piece of skin left unscathed. The teachers who had worked in the Vermilion Bird for many years or even decades felt that humiliation too deeply. Is there anything more painful than them hurting you and not taking you seriously? Now that they heard that the crazy principal of the Ivy School came to the school personally to apologize, it was not strange for them to have such a reaction. Fang Yan, what's going on? Why did Zhong Dei come personally? Yes. That's Zhong Dei. Has he ever come to our Rosefinch before? Yes. At that time, an official from the Department of Education asked him to evaluate his competitor, Rosefinch. He said that Rosefinch was not his competitor. Fang Yan smiled and said, "It's good that he came. I'll go take a look." Hurry up. Don't let Principal Zhang wait too long. The teachers urged one after another. Originally, Zheng Jing led the way in front and led Fang Yan to the administrative building where the principal was. However, after going out, Zheng Jing habitually fell behind Fang Yan by one step. Fang Yan did not turn his head and said, "There's no need. You know I don't care about this." That's because Mr. Fang is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. I can't let people say that I don't have manners. Zheng Jing replied with a smile. Zheng Jing, why didn't you leave? Fang Yan asked aloud. Zheng Jing's face darkened and he said dispiritedly, "Leave. I have to leave eventually. I knew that this day would come sooner or later, but I still had a trace of illusion in my heart. I was a dog abandoned by that person in the school. I would follow wherever he chased me, and I would bite whoever he told me to bite. I understand the logic of a new ruler having a new court. I offended you and betrayed Principal Lu. When the news that Principal Lu bought Rosefinch came out, I knew my fate." Zheng Jing sighed softly and said, "But, I was reluctant to do so. I liked the school and the relaxed and comfortable atmosphere of the school. I was really tired of those intrigues. But, out of the school, where doesn't there need to be intrigues? There are also intrigues in the school. After all, it's much simpler and simpler. To tell you the truth, everyone thought that I was in a difficult situation during this period of time and lived a miserable life. But they didn't know that this period of time was the most comfortable and happy life I had since I entered Rosefinch. I didn't have to be stuck between Principal Lu and that person. I didn't have to worry about what to do with Principal Lu today. I didn't have to follow Principal Lu all day like a thief. Under Principal Lu's gaze, I often felt that I couldn't breathe. I was a spy, and the place where I was undercover knew that I was a spy. Do you think that kind of life is for a person? Now that Principal Lu left, that person also felt that I had no value and kicked me away. So what if I was laughed at by my colleagues? So what if I listened to a few sarcastic remarks? Compared to that kind of torture before, it was like living in heaven now, so I have been waiting. I knew that as long as you didn't say anything, no one would take the initiative to kick me out. I have been waiting for you to say something. Sometimes I also prayed, hoping that you would forget me, a nobody, and let me idle away in this Rosefinch for the rest of my life." Zheng Jing's face was sad and said, "Since you said it today, it seems that I can't hide anymore. I will write my resignation letter today." Fang Yan had already stopped and looked at Zheng Jing's performance with a strange expression, saying, "You must have practiced for a long time for this day, right?" Zheng Jing looked at Fang Yan with a face full of horror. Was this guy a demon? How could he know everything? Chapter 312. Don't look so shocked. Am I that stupid in your heart? Fang Yan said with a sneer. How did you know? Zheng Jing asked with a bitter expression. Your performance just now was exactly the same as the first day I came to Rosefinch. I practiced my expressions and mouth shapes in front of the mirror for a long time, and I think you are no exception. The answer that Fang Yan threw out made Zheng Jing feel like he was in heaven and wanted to die. Did he accidentally walk the same path that Fang Yan walked before? Also, you have been deliberately lowering your stance recently. You really did not fight back when you were hit or scolded. When people in the office attacked and ostracized you, you looked miserable but did not argue. Even Principal Zhang could not stand it anymore, and intentionally or unintentionally asked you to do something to prevent you from being completely treated like air. There are so many people in the principal's office, why did Principal Zhang ask you to come to me? Not everyone has the opportunity to run errands for the principal. Just now in the Chinese team office, everyone was nitpicking you and mocking you, but you repeatedly apologized and even wanted to treat everyone to a meal. If the director could do such a humiliating thing, who could bear to do it? Zheng Jing, you don't want to leave, and you have never thought that you would leave. Am I right? Zheng Jing was like a thief who had been stripped naked, standing in front of Fang Yan, trembling and saying with an embarrassed expression, I also thought that I would leave. Because I did not believe that I could get past you. You are not like the others. Yes. Principal Zhang and the others are all well educated, and their hearts are full of righteousness. As long as you lower your head and show weakness, everyone will feel sorry for you and feel that they should sympathize with you. Zheng Jing, you can't bully scholars like this. I will go back and write my resignation report now, Zheng Jing said quickly. Resign. There is really no place for you here, Fang Yan said. He looked at Zheng Jing playfully and said, however, if you are interested, I can recommend you to work at another place. That job should be more challenging for you. Zheng Jing looked excited and asked, where? Chaoyan Technology. Zheng Jing didn't expect Fang Yan to push him to Lu Chaoga's side again. His former master, a woman he had betrayed. His throat was dry as he said with difficulty, aren't you afraid that I'll betray you? You wouldn't dare, Fang Yan said with a smile. In the past, you betrayed Lu Chaoga. She didn't say anything, and I pretended not to see it. If you betray me this time, the one who will be betrayed will be me. By the way, I forgot to tell you that I recently raised a little snake. Come to my place for snake wine when you have time. Zhang Xiaofeng's office door was wide open. Zhang Xiaofeng did this on purpose. Ivy League's fanatic headmaster, Zhong Dei, personally came to Rosefinch to apologize. This kind of thing naturally had to be seen by everyone who could see it. Zhong Dei was tall and had a big beard. He was wearing a long black trench coat and tie. He didn't look like a high school headmaster, but more like a very stylish artist. Therefore, when Fang Yan walked to the door, he didn't need anyone to announce him. He looked at Zhong Dei's eyes. Sharp, overbearing, with a strong penetrating power. Some people said that reading thousands of books was like writing a god. Zhong Dei was the headmaster of Ivy League and had seen more than 10,000 people. Therefore, there was a very special look in his eyes. It was as if there were no secrets in his eyes. Your little schemes were not even worth mentioning in front of him. Moreover, Fang Yan was keenly aware that when Zhong Dei turned around and looked at him, there was a subtle change in his mood. He was deliberately creating pressure for himself. If it were other young teachers in the school, they would not be able to speak or walk when they met such an oppressive look from Zhong Dei, whose status was so different from theirs. They didn't even dare to look him in the eyes. But Fang Yan was Fang Yan. He was a guy who even dragged out the Japanese sword god and beat him up. Why would he care about Zhong Dei's little power? Fang Yan walked into the office naturally and greeted Zhang Xiaofeng respectfully. He said with a smile, Headmaster Zhang, are you looking for me? Since Zhang Xiaofeng hadn't introduced Zhong Dai's identity, Fang Yan naturally wouldn't take the initiative to greet him. That would only show that he didn't know what was good for him and betray Zheng Jing's act of informing him. Zhong Dai's eyes were slightly surprised. He observed Fang Yan quietly. Zhang Xiaofeng was very satisfied with Fang Yan's performance. He said with a smile, "Fang Yan, come, let me introduce you to a senior, Headmaster Zhong Dai of Ivy League High School. Headmaster Zhong is a very busy person and is an important guest that we usually can't invite. Today, he specially came to our Rosefinch to see you. You have contributed greatly." Only then did Fang Yan turn to look at Zhong Dai. He took the initiative to extend his hand and said, "Hello, Headmaster Zhong. You're too polite. If there's anything, I'll go over immediately. How can I let Headmaster Zhong personally come over?" Zhong Dai grabbed Fang Yan's hand and shook it vigorously. His palm was big and thick, and his strength was ferocious. It felt like bones were breaking when he shook it. However, he once again kicked an iron plate. No matter how much strength he used, Fang Yan had a calm expression. It was as if the hand that Zhong Dai held didn't belong to him at all. Zhong Dai's expression became extremely strange. He laughed and said, "Good lad," as expected of a famous star teacher in Huacheng. "I've heard of your great name a long time ago. I thought that the outside world was deliberately flattering you. How can there be such a magical person in this world? Now that I've met you, you really live up to your reputation. Now, I'm completely convinced. Just now, I tried to probe you a few times, but you acted like nothing happened. It's not unjust that the group of brats from my school fell into your hands." Fang Yan was shocked. This Zhong Dai was indeed not an ordinary person. It was rare to see someone who could bully someone in the dark, treat it as an embarrassing incident, and openly praise the person he had bullied as a talent. Most importantly, what did he mean when he said that the group of brats from his school fell into his hands? It was as if he had deliberately set them up. Fang Yan wasn't someone who liked to suffer losses, no matter who the person was. "Headmaster Zhong tried to probe me. Why didn't I know anything about it?" Fang Yan asked with a blank expression. Did Headmaster Zhong remember wrongly? I feel that Headmaster Zhong is very kind and warm to people. You see, he held my hand for a long time and didn't let go. I rarely see such an approachable leader. The anger in Zhong Dai's eyes flashed, and then he let go of Fang Yan's hand. He turned to look at Zhang Xiaofeng and said, Look, old Zhang, your little Mr. Fang isn't simple, he's challenging me. He said that my probe was too childish, and didn't even have the power to be noticed. Although the two schools were competing, and the relationship between the two was definitely not harmonious, they still had to give face to the head of the school, and the dignity of the headmaster still had to be maintained. Zhang Xiaofeng looked at Zhong Dai with a smile and said, Headmaster Zhong, you can't blame me for this. Did you hear what Teacher Fang Yan said just now? He said that it's rare to see such an approachable leader like you. I've been dealing with him all day, and I've never seen him praise me like this. You're warm and friendly, and he didn't think twice when he spoke to you. This is a matter between the two of you, it's not my fault. Zhong Dai nodded and said, Well, your door has been open for a long time. My old face has also been seen hundreds of times. Should we close the door now and talk about business? Zhang Xiaofeng didn't admit or deny his intention to embarrass Zhong Dai, and said aloud, Zheng Jing, close the door. Zheng Jing nodded and quickly walked over to close the office door, and then left. Zhang Xiaofeng looked at Zhong Dai and asked with a smile, Headmaster Zhong, what is the business you want to talk about? Zhong Dai looked at Fang Yan with a burning gaze and said, What conditions do you want to drop the charges against our school's students? I don't understand what Headmaster Zhong means. Fang Yan said. Zhong Dai's expression was slightly angry, and said, Young people occasionally pretend to be crazy to adjust the atmosphere and make people laugh, but if they continue to be silly, it will be disappointing. I really don't understand what Headmaster Zhong means. Fang Yan said again. You don't understand? Standing behind Zhongdei, Fang Jianhong, the dean of the Ivy League school, who was completely out of the limelight and whom Fang Yan had met once before, jumped out with a face full of anger and said, "A student from your class injured a student from our school, and even now our student is lying on a hospital bed. You dare to say that you don't know what happened?" Fang Yan looked at Fang Jianhong with a smile and said, "When did I say that I don't know what happened? I said that I don't understand what Headmaster Zhong means. Director Fang, language is the foundation of communication, you should put some effort into it." "You're going too far." Fang Jianhong really wanted to rush up and grab Fang Yan a few times. Even a bite would do. Zhongdei merely swept a glance over, and Fang Jianhong immediately retreated to the corner, ceasing his banners and ceasing his drums. Zhongdei looked at Fang Yan and said, "If you don't understand, I can explain it to you. What I mean is that a student from your class beat up a student from our school, and now the one who is injured and hospitalized is our student. We suffered a loss, and we can bear the medical expenses ourselves. Shouldn't you be lenient when possible? If you continue to tangle like this, it will seriously affect the relationship between our two schools, won't it?" Fang Yan looked at Zhang Xiaofeng and asked, "Headmaster Zhang, Headmaster Zhong didn't come to apologize?" This question was really difficult for Zhang Xiaofeng to answer. "If that's the case, then I'll go back first," Fang Yan said. "I have 2 classes this morning, and the students are still waiting in the classroom." With that, Fang Yan turned and walked toward the door. Zhongdei was stunned for a few seconds, then pointed at Fang Yan's back and laughed, saying, "People in the circle call me Headmaster Kwangtu, but I didn't expect to see a Kwangtu teacher who is even more arrogant than me. Interesting. Really interesting." Chapter 313. "There are 2 things," says Kant, "that the more often and persistently I think about them, the more the mind is enriched by their ever-growing fascination and reverence, the starry sky above me and the moral code within me. Everyone has their own moral code in their heart. Some pursue interests, and some pursue the truth. Some call a deer a horse, and some disobey the king. Some cover the sky, and some die a righteous death without fear of death. Some think that what is right, and what is wrong. Some think that what is right can be said to be wrong, and what is wrong can also be right. In the eyes of outsiders, Fang Huohua has no moral integrity most of the time. But when it comes to the red line of his moral code, not everyone can fuck him. In the eyes of outsiders, Fang Huohua has no moral integrity most of the time. But when it comes to the red line of his moral code, he can't be messed with easily. Jiang Zhulu bullied Lu Chaoga, who has no parents and no one to rely on. Fang Huohua was filled with righteous indignation and fought with the son of a rich family. Yi Rou repeatedly provoked him and beat him. He clenched his teeth and secretly wrote down all the atrocities Yi Rou had done to him in his diary. Every stroke, every tear, every word, every blood, good and evil will be rewarded. If you don't believe it, look up and see who will be spared by heaven. Fang Huohua firmly believes that heaven or God will get justice for him. What kind of person is Fang Huohua? He is an outstanding and peerless man who hasn't gotten rid of his vulgar interests but is noble and pure. In the face of such a person who is like a judge of justice, what can a principal of an Ivy League school do to me? Therefore, after hearing Zhongdei call him Teacher Kwangtu, Fang Yan suddenly turned around. In his most handsome posture, Fang Yan stared at Zhongdei with burning eyes. His face was like the bright moon and the sun, so holy that it could be used as a mirror. To tell the truth, what's so crazy about sticking to the bottom line of human nature and the moral code that people abide by every day? In terms of age, I am your elder. In terms of rank, I am your superior. In terms of working years, I am your senior. You are disrespectful to your superior, disrespectful to your elders, and disrespectful to your seniors. Isn't that crazy? Compared to respecting my boss, I respect the truth more. The students of the Ivy League school had repeatedly provoked the students of my class, insulted them, and attacked them. The most tragic thing was that they still hadn't won. Shouldn't such students be punished? Shouldn't such a truth be known by everyone? Just now, Principal Zhong said that it was not unjust for your students to be defeated by me. I beg to differ. If they study hard and make progress every day, don't fight, don't scold people, don't spit on the ground, and even help old grannies cross the road when they have nothing to do, I will only praise them and call on my students to learn from them. How could I possibly have a conflict with them? They were the ones who made the mistake first, and I was the one who blamed them later. They jumped into the ditch in front of me, and all I had to do was pour a shovelful of dirt over their heads. I respect my elders, but that depends on what kind of elders they are. For example, our school's principal Zhang Xiaofeng is erudite and knowledgeable. He is neither arrogant nor rash, and is sincere to others. He loved his colleagues and helped the younger generation. He made every teacher in our school feel the warmth of home and loved every student as if they were their own children. Would I not respect such an elder? As for Principal Zhong's accusation that I have no modesty toward my elders, this accusation is even more difficult for me to accept. I know that there is a famous educator in Huaqing whose surname is Lu, and he is known as the Prime Minister of Education. After old Mr. Lu returned from studying abroad, he immediately threw himself into the cause of strengthening the education of Huaqing. He pulled in investments, promoted reforms, visited famous schools, and invited famous teachers. He single-handedly saved the current state of Huaqing's education. Although I don't know old Mr. Lu, every time I hear about his deeds, my blood boils, and every time I think about it, my eyes fill with tears. He is the role model of us educators, and my true idol. My biggest dream is to be able to meet old Mr. Lu and be fortunate enough to receive his teachings. Is this because I have no modesty? Everyone stared blankly at the furious Fang Yan. They didn't expect his counterattack against Zhong Dei to be so intense. Furthermore, it was reasonable and hard to refute. The one who was the most shocked was Zhang Xiaofeng. He really couldn't imagine how Fang Yan could say that he and old Mr. Lu Gong didn't know each other. If they ate breakfast together every morning, wouldn't that be considered as knowing each other? What kind of contact would be considered as knowing each other? If the master was humiliated, the subject had to die. Zhong Dei was practically scolded by this little brat, Fang Yan. Fang Jianhong felt that his leader had been insulted, and he had to stand up for him. However, he jumped out and opened his mouth a few times, feeling as if he had momentarily forgotten what to say. Why couldn't he remember what he wanted to say? Zhong Dei's expression was dark and uncertain, and it changed many times before finally returning to normal. He suddenly laughed out loud, pointed at Fang Yan and said, "Good lad. You taught me a lesson today. Interesting. Really interesting. Looks like I have to say sorry today." Fang Yan looked at Zhong Dei and said, "I don't care if Principal Zhong says sorry or not, because it's not important to me." Then what's important to you? I care more about whether Principal Zhong is sincerely apologizing, and whether he truly feels that his school's students have made a mistake. The muscles on Zhong Dei's face twitched. This brat really cared about a lot of things. However, for Zhong Dei to have the status he had today, he naturally had his outstanding points. With a deeply moved expression, he looked at Zhang Xiaofeng with a serious expression and said sincerely, "Principal Zhang, I apologize to your school on behalf of the Ivy League students. It's our fault for not disciplining them properly and causing you trouble." Zhong Dei apologized to Rosefinch on behalf of the Ivy League and expressed his attitude. Zhang Xiaofeng could no longer pretend to be a mute bodhisattva in the middle. If he did that, it would be tantamount to completely falling out with the Ivy League. He hurriedly stood up and pulled Zhong Dei's hand. "Old Zhong, how many years have we been old buddies? Is there a need to be so serious about the matter of a few children?" Little Mr. Fang said it well. What's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong. If the children do something wrong, we can't blindly indulge them. When I was young, my mother taught me that if I steal a needle when I'm young, I'll steal a cow when I grow up. If the children make mistakes, we have to work hard to help them correct their mistakes. If we blindly help them hide, what's the use of us teachers? What Principal Zhong said is extremely right. Imparting knowledge is only one of the reasons. The most important thing is to help the students establish a correct outlook on life and values. Principal Zhang Xiaofeng echoed. Zhong Dei looked at Fang Yan and said, "Little Mr. Fang, we will definitely deal with those students who made mistakes seriously. At that time, we will send you a copy of the handling opinions." Fang Yan hurriedly waved his hand and said, "Principal Zhong, I believe you. Since you said so, I believe that you will definitely deal with it impartially. However, there is one thing that I still need little Mr. Fang to be magnanimous about." Zhong Dei said with a smile, "This matter has been brought to the Education Department. The Education Department has a lot of opinions about the Ivy League. You see, why don't we go together to explain to the Education Department? Let's say that this is just a small conflict between a few students." "No problem." Fang Yan nodded. "We are willing to cooperate with Principal Zhong's work." Fang Yan was willing to accept the Ivy League's request for peace, but he made it very clear that they agreed to do this because of Principal Zhong's face. "Principal Zhong, you will owe the Rosefinch High School a big favor." Zhong Dei looked at Fang Yan with admiration and said, "It's easy to get 1,000 troops, but it's hard to find a good general. Little Mr. Fang is talented. Are you interested in working at our Ivy League? I'm not bragging to you, but in terms of teachers and reputation in the industry, our Ivy League High School is much better than Rosefinch High School. As long as little Mr. Fang agrees, you can lead any class you want. By the way, I still lack an assistant. If you are interested in developing in the field of administration, I'm also happy to see it. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaofeng was furious. He pointed at Zhong Dei and scolded, "Old Zhong, just now you lowered your head and begged for help. Now that the matter is settled, you start to belittle me, Rosefinch, and poach our students." Zhong Dei laughed and said, "Treasures belong to the virtuous. Look at my name, there's a D in it. Who else will he follow if not me?" Zhang Xiaofeng sneered and said, "Old Zhong, I'm afraid you've miscalculated this time." "What do you mean?" "Old Zhong, you've personally asked. I'm afraid any teacher in our school will be tempted to follow you, except for me. But he won't. No matter what you offer, he won't leave." Zhong Dei looked at Fang Yan with a puzzled look and asked, "You signed a long-term contract with them?" "No." "Is the penalty a lot?" "Not really." "Then why?" Zhong Dei was even more puzzled. "Do you think that our Ivy League isn't as good as Rosefinch? Or do you think that I, Zhong Dei, have a bad character and am not worthy of your following?" "Because Rosefinch is his," Zhang Xiaofeng said mockingly. Zhong Dei looked at Fang Yan in shock and said, "Wasn't Rosefinch bought by Lu Chaoga?" Soon, he had a look of realization on his face. He patted Fang Yan's shoulder and said, "Great, great. A talented man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven." Fang Yan couldn't help but smile bitterly. Weren't they thinking too much? "Old Zhong, what did you say just now? In terms of teachers and reputation in the industry, your school is so much better than Rosefinch?" Zhang Xiaofeng didn't forget the pain of Zhong Dei's poaching. "Did I say that?" Zhong Dei pretended to be confused and said, "I said Ivy League and Rosefinch are inseparable, right?" Everyone looked at each other and laughed. Chapter 314. When Fang Yan sent Zhong Dei and Fang Jianhong out, after Fang Yan and Zhong Dei finished exchanging greetings, Fang Jianhong walked up to Fang Yan with an awkward expression and said, "Mr. Fang, my tone was too harsh that day, and my words were inappropriate. I hope you don't take it to heart." When they first met at the hospital, Fang Jianhong saw that Rosefinch High School had only sent a young teacher to deal with the problem, so he was angry and felt that he had been belittled and insulted. He even threatened to have their head of teaching come over, saying that Fang Yan's rank was too low to negotiate with him. He had just heard Principal Zhang Xiaofeng reveal that Fang Yan was actually the big boss behind Rosefinch High School. Putting this explosive news together with what he had said to Fang Yan last time, he felt ashamed. Fang Yan was a board member of a famous school, and his position as a head of teaching was really nothing in his eyes, right? If he wanted to, he could change a head of teaching at any time. If he had any bad habits, he could even change heads of teaching every day. Even Principal Zhang Xiaofeng loved him, and Principal Zhong Dei was his friend. What he said was really a slap in the face. Fang Yan naturally understood the reason for Fang Jianhong's apology, and said with a smile, "Your Principal Zhong has already apologized, so you don't need to apologize anymore. Your rank is not high enough, Director Fang, let bygones be bygones. In the future, let's look at the situation first before looking at the person, okay? Mr. Fang is right, I will definitely learn from this lesson, and look at the situation first before looking at the person in the future." "Thank you, Mr. Fang, for your understanding," Fang Jianhong said gratefully. Zhong Dei didn't ask about the reason for the conflict between Fang Yan and Fang Jianhong, because that would only make Fang Jianhong look like a naked clown. As a superior, he wouldn't embarrass his subordinate like that. He looked at Fang Yan and said, "Do you really worship Mr. Lu Gong that much? Mr. Lu is a highly respected educator in our Huacheng, and it is appropriate for the premier to call him the Prime Minister of the academic world. Which scholar in Huacheng didn't respect and love him? I've met old Mr. Lu a few times. If you're interested, I can take you to visit old Mr. Lu. I'm sure he won't reject an excellent educator who's dedicated to learning." Fang Yan sincerely expressed his gratitude and said, "Thank you, Headmaster Zhong, but what?" Zhong Dei asked. He looked at Fang Yan with bright eyes and said, "Are you worried that you will be too nervous to see your idol? I don't think you're that kind of person." "I'm not nervous seeing my idol. I was a little nervous when I saw grandfather." "Grandfather?" Zhong Dei and Fang Jianhong looked at Fang Yan in confusion. Fang Yan knew that if he continued to hide it, he would be deliberately deceiving her. He said embarrassedly, "Lu Gong is my grandfather. He has a bad temper." As Zhong Dei and Fang Jianhong fled in the car, the Audi they were driving nearly crashed into the tree trunks and protective belts by the roadside several times. Fang Yan sighed softly. It must have been difficult for them to calm down for a long time, right? When Fang Yan returned to Zhang Xiaofeng's office, the old man had made tea again. He pointed to the seat opposite him and said, "Come, sit down and have a cup of tea with me. Other people can't wait to come to my office every day, but you can't see me for many years. Why? Are you afraid that people will gossip?" Fang Yan said with a smile, "I'm afraid that I'll cause trouble for the headmaster. If I come here every day and you make tea for me every day, won't you be annoyed? Then can't you make tea for me? I want to make a cup of good tea every day to flatter the headmaster, but the problem is that the tea I can't make won't taste as good as the headmaster's." Zhang Xiaofeng laughed heartily and said, "This sentence is the best flattery." The two laughed for a while. Zhang Xiaofeng looked at Fang Yan and asked, "What do you think of Zhong Dei?" "He's brave, smart, and decisive," Fang Yan praised. "Yes. The reason why Ivy League High can stay green is because of his old vine," Zhang Xiaofeng said with emotion. "Rosefinch has been suppressed by Ivy League for so many years, it's really not acceptable." Fang Yan looked at Zhang Xiaofeng with a puzzled expression and said, "Headmaster, what do you mean?" Zhang Xiaofeng smiled and said, "Fang Yan, you're the most perceptive young man I've ever seen. Sometimes I'm really curious, how does your brain work? Your heart should have 9 times 9 and 81 bends, right?" "Headmaster, you're scolding me," Fang Yan said with a smile. "To be honest, I don't have any friendship with Zhong Dei. He's a proud and arrogant person, and very few people are worthy of his attention. He took the initiative to invite you to be his assistant, which proves that he really treats you differently. Headmaster, you're not trying to force me to jump ship, are you? I'm telling you, I'm born under Rosefinch, and I'll die under Rosefinch's dead. I will never do something like job hopping," Fang Yan hurriedly swore. "Zhong Dei, that schemer, would Headmaster Zhang be suspicious of him after he tried to poach him in front of him? What are you thinking about?" Zhang Xiaofeng laughed. "What I mean is, we can poach Headmaster Zhong Dei to Rosefinch. You're half a member of Rosefinch's family, and he's very fond of you. If you come forward and do this, I'm sure he won't reject. That won't do." I still think Headmaster Zhang is more suitable to be Rosefinch's headmaster, Fang Yan said. You flatterer. Zhang Xiaofeng scolded Fang Yan, but his face was full of smiles. Back when Headmaster Chaoge was still at school, he had a fierce fight with Mr. Zheng's people, and I stayed between the two sides without saying a word. On one hand, I wanted to maintain my superior position, and on the other hand, I'm getting old and I'll be retiring in a year. Why should I piss someone off now? Wouldn't it be better to leave a way out for myself and my children? Headmaster Zhang is wise. I'd do the same if I were him, Fang Yan said in a comforting voice. But things are different now. Mr. Zheng sold the school to Chaoge, and Chaoge has gone out to start her own business. I thought that after I retired, I'd let Chaoge be the headmaster. She's capable, driven, and innovative. The students are lucky to have someone like her as their headmaster. But now that Chaoge has left, the other vice-headmasters all have their own problems. She's more than enough to manage one side of the school, but it's too much for her to be the headmaster of the whole school. Is that why you're trying to get Headmaster Zhong? He was the one who set his sights on our school's talents. He wanted to poach a teacher from me, so I poached his headmaster, Zhang Xiaofeng said heroically. How about we decide that Zhong Dai will be the next headmaster of Rosefinch? Fang Yan smiled and said, I'll talk to Miss Lu about it. She'll have the final say. Just tell her. Zhang Xiaofeng was in a good mood now that he had achieved his goal. Headmaster Zhang, Miss Lu, and I are really not what you think. Really? What kind of relationship do you have? Lu Chaoge was very busy every day. Ever since the accident at the Underground Research Institute, they had cross-checked all the staff in Chaoyan Technology. He did find 2 suspicious people among the outer staff, but he didn't find any problems in the Underground Research Lab. Chaoyan had just been established, and some people were a little late. The people they sent out couldn't enter the core area for the time being. It was said that products that used the Rubik's Cube technology had already appeared. With Fang Yan's help, Lu Chaoge also signed a sales contract with the Lan Family Trading Company where Lan Mountain Valley was located. Of course, in order to prevent the Lan family from monopolizing the market, Lu Chaoge only signed a part of the agency rights with them. She also signed a distribution contract with the Qin family represented by Qin Etienne and the Lu family represented by Lu Shu. These 3 families depended on each other and competed with each other. It was the safest and most reasonable cooperation model. Thinking about it carefully, Fang Yan hadn't seen Lu Chaoge for a long time. Lu Chaoge had a cold personality, and the 2 of them didn't even have the chance to talk to each other. On the other hand, Grandma was a warm-hearted person. She had always wanted to matchmake them. From time to time, she would call Lu Chaoge to come over for dinner. Of course, at that time, Fang Yan would naturally be called back by Grandma to accompany her. At this moment, the phone in Fang Yan's pocket rang. Fang Yan looked at Principal Zhang Xiaofeng apologetically and said, Principal Zhang, I'll pick up the phone, it's okay. Pick it up, Zhang Xiaofeng said with a smile. Fang Yan took out his phone and saw that the caller ID was Lu Chaoge's phone number. Fang Yan looked at Zhang Xiaofeng and turned his body slightly to the side. After picking up the phone, he asked, Chaoge, what's the matter? Fang Yan, are you busy? Lu Chaoge's tone was very calm, but Fang Yan could feel that her tone was slightly trembling. I'm fine. Where are you? Fang Yan asked anxiously. What happened? I'm on my way to Maya Hospital. Auntie, she might not be able to hold on any longer, Lu Chaoge said weakly. I'm on my way, Fang Yan said. After hanging up, Fang Yan looked at Principal Zhang Xiaofeng and said, Principal, I need to take a leave of absence. There's something urgent that I have to deal with. Zhang Xiaofeng looked at Fang Yan with understanding and said, Go ahead. I'll ask the dean's office to arrange for someone to take your place. However, the final exam is coming up. The 9th class achieved amazing results last time, so we can't fall behind this time. Fang Yan got up and left in a hurry. Zhang Xiaofeng looked at Fang Yan's back and carefully tasted the tea in his hand. He said, "You guys are in the kind of relationship that I think. Both of you are young. You're not married, and she's not married. What's there to hide?" Zhang Xiaofeng couldn't understand Fang Yan and Lu Chaoga's behavior. At their age, if they really fell in love, shouldn't they want the whole world to share their happiness? Chapter 315. Mayan Hospital was a private hospital owned by the nobility. It belonged to an international pharmaceutical group and was not open to ordinary people. When Fang Yan arrived at Mayan Hospital, he was even stopped by the security guard at the door. In the eyes of the security guard, it was rare to see people who came here by taxi. There were enough parking lots in the hospital. Generally, rich people drove their own cars and did not need to worry about parking. Fang Yan repeatedly explained that he was here to visit the patient, but the security guard refused to let him pass and asked Fang Yan to call the hospital for confirmation. The security guard was professional, and it was impossible for Fang Yan to beat him up like in some novels because he looked down on him. When Fang Yan took out his mobile phone and was about to call Lu Chaoga for help, a white BMW sports car slowly approached. The window rolled down, and sitting in the driver's seat was a young woman wearing sunglasses. Her eyes could not be seen, and most of her oval face was covered. She had long, wine-red curly hair, which looked a little strange. The woman handed over a black card. The security guard took the card and swiped it. He immediately saluted and let them pass. The woman did not drive away immediately. She looked at Fang Yan thoughtfully and said to the security guard, "Let him in. He is here to visit the patient." After that, the car started and rushed inside. The security guard made an inviting gesture to Fang Yan and said embarrassedly, "You can go in." "Who is she?" Fang Yan asked curiously. Hearing Fang Yan's question, the security guard's attitude toward Fang Yan became vigilant again. He said, "You don't know her." "Of course I know her. I just want to ask if you know her." Fang Yan made up a story. "She is my cousin. Her name is Hebe. I don't know who she is, but that lady is the most distinguished black card member of Mayan Hospital," the security guard said respectfully. Fang Yan felt sour in his heart and said angrily, "What's so great about a VIP in the hospital?" After that, he strode over to the inpatient department of Mayan Hospital. Fang Yan saw Lu Chaoga in the ward and also saw his aunt lying on the bed. Little aunt had an oxygen tube inserted into her nose. Her breathing was rapid and her heartbeat was weak. She seemed to be in a very bad condition. The doctor was busy injecting all kinds of expensive liquids into her body, and 2 nurses were recording her vital signs. Lu Chaoga stood at the entrance, her eyes sad like an injured lone goose. Fang Yan stood behind her. He wanted to say something to comfort her, but he couldn't say anything. Most of the time, the power of words was rather weak. Originally, I had already given up all hope. I thought that I no longer had any family in this world. The only thing I can inherit is hatred. Lu Chaoga took the initiative to speak. When Auntie suddenly contacted me, I thought it was another scam. Because for so many years, I had experienced too many scams. I even woke up in a scam every day and fell asleep in a scam. I felt that I couldn't hold on any longer. I even thought that if it wasn't for hatred that kept me going, I might have died a long time ago. Fortunately, she is indeed my aunt. Although she has changed, I can't recognize her. We also quarreled, and I opposed many of the decisions she made. But I knew in my heart that everything she did was for me. She is the family that loves me the most in this world. She lives for hatred and lives for me. If there is a ray of light in her life, it is me." Lu Chaoga remained extremely calm from beginning to end. There was no panic, no tears, and there was not even a hint of a breakdown on her face. However, Fang Yan could feel the despair from the depths of her bones. "In this world, she is my only family," Lu Chaoga said in a hoarse voice. "Auntie will be fine." Fang Yan looked at the electrocardiogram and said, Her heartbeat is weak, but not chaotic. Her breathing is rapid, but there is not much noise. The doctor is trying to save her, and they are using very good medicine. There shouldn't be a problem. I'm sorry to invite you here at this time, Lu Chaoga said. But I'm really scared. I'm afraid that if Auntie is really gone, I won't be able to hold on alone. I don't know who to find to help me share the burden. I just need to talk to her, but there is no one. All these years, I really haven't made a single friend. Not a single one. It's not your fault. If I were in your position, I'm afraid I would have depression a long time ago, Fang Yan said. Lu Chaoga lived in the Jiang family since she was a child. She was wary of the Jiang family and had a deep hatred in her heart. Even an outstanding adult would find it difficult to bear such a huge pressure. However, she managed to pull through. In such an environment, how could she still have the mood to make friends? She was afraid that she couldn't help but pour out her heart. She was even more afraid that the people she regarded as friends would betray her. If that happened, what awaited her would be a devastating blow. She knew too well what kind of people the Jiang father and son were. They were the most ferocious carnivorous beasts in the world. Fang Yan reached out to hold Lu Chaoga's hand and said, "You don't need to apologize. Shouldn't a friend stand behind you at this time? I've already asked for leave and will stay here with you. I'll leave when Auntie is out of danger. I owe you too much. You've also paid me back a lot. I'm a billionaire now," Fang Yan deliberately teased, trying to divert Lu Chaoga's attention. The doctor injected the small bottle of medicine into the large bottle and watched it flow into the patient's body. Then, he took off his gloves and walked towards Lu Chaoga. The patient's condition is very critical. When he was sent here, he was already in shock. If we were a few minutes late, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to save him. The patient's body is so weak. Why not stay in the hospital for treatment? I'll think about it, Lu Chaoga said. The patient will wake up in a while. When she calms down, you can talk to her for a while. But try not to disturb her rest. Thank you, doctor. This is what I should do. The doctor smiled at Lu Chaoga and nodded at Fang Yan before walking out of the ward. Fang Yan looked at Lu Chaoga and said, "Auntie doesn't want to stay in the hospital." She doesn't want to. She doesn't even want to leave her study, Lu Chaoga said. Recently, her mental state has been getting worse. Ever since the willow tree injured her, her body still hasn't recovered. The anger in her heart has been released, Fang Yan said. She's been hating for decades and preparing for decades just to take down those murderers and take back what your father left for you. Now that you've retreated from Longtu Group and used the Rubik's Cube to establish Chaoyan technology, the tension in her heart has been loosened, so her mental state has collapsed. When her mental state collapses, her body's recovery will be slow. I've tried to persuade her many times. I hope she can stay in the hospital for treatment. But she said that she was a strange person, a savage who should have died a long time ago. She said that she didn't want to go to the hospital and embarrass herself. She wanted to die quietly in her own study, in a place where the sun didn't shine. Lu Xiaoge looked at his aunt, who was as thin as a stick, and said, "This time, I must convince her to stay in the hospital. Auntie has already set her heart." "I'm afraid it won't be easy to persuade her," Fang Yan said. Lu Xiaoge frowned and asked, "What do you have in mind?" "She lacks a target, or should I say, an enemy." "Yes. She lacks an enemy," Fang Yan said. "We'll help her find an enemy." "Xiaoge," a faint voice came. Lu Xiaoge quickly walked to the bed and held her aunt's hand. She leaned her face against her aunt's head and asked, "Auntie, you're awake." "Take that thing off my mouth," she said softly. "Auntie, rest well." Lu Xiaoge didn't dare to take off the oxygen mask. She was worried that her aunt wouldn't be able to breathe without oxygen. "Take it off." Auntie insisted. Lu Xiaoge looked at the nurse next to her. The nurse thought about it and said, "Then take it off." "She wants to talk to you." The nurse went up to help and took the oxygen mask off her aunt's nose. Auntie opened her eyes and looked at Lu Chaoga. When she saw Fang Yan standing behind Lu Chaoga, she smiled and said, "You're here. Good. Auntie, rest well. We'll talk when you're better," Fang Yan said with a smile. "If I don't say it now, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to in the future. Xiaoga is smart and tough. I trust her," Auntie said weakly. "The only thing I'm worried about is that she has a cold personality and doesn't know how to get along with others. If I'm no longer here, she'll be all alone in this world. I've experienced that before, it's too pitiful, why would I?" Fang Yan said with a smile. Headmistress Lu is very popular at school. Many students like her, and they've even given her a nickname, Goddess Headmistress. She's also the dream girl of all the male teachers. Why wouldn't anyone like her? Little Aunt smiled and shook her head. That yellow and tattered face that could give people nightmares actually gave people a warm and kind feeling at this moment. Her voice was hoarse, but Fang Yan could feel her joy. She said, "I don't believe that you didn't come. Now that you're here, I believe it." Auntie looked at Fang Yan and said, "She's a poor child, and God owes her too much. I wanted to make it up to her before, but I don't have the chance now. So, I hope you can help me and stay by her side in my place." Worried that Fang Yan wouldn't agree, Auntie explained, "I know I'm asking too much, and I'm forcing you. But just like how she called you when I was sick, I can only come to you, because you're the only man we can rely on." Auntie reached out to grab Fang Yan's hand and said anxiously, "Promise me." Before she could finish her sentence, the arm that she had raised fell down powerlessly. Auntie was gone. Chapter 316. Youngest aunt left. She left suddenly and naturally. The fire when she was young destroyed her bodily functions. Her hair, skin, flesh, bones, and internal organs were all seriously damaged. She could hold on until now only because of the hatred in her heart and the expensive medicine provided by the Lu family to help prolong her life. Because of Fang Yan's intervention, they defeated the Lu family's devouring and tore a big piece of fat out of Longtu group. Now Lu Chaoga cooperated with the Qin family, and also united with the Lan family and the Lu family to carry out distribution channels. Her business was thriving, and it was just a matter of time before she surpassed Longtu. The strength in her heart dissipated, and her physical condition plummeted. She could no longer stand up. When Fang Yan felt her pulse for the first time, he knew that the problem was serious, but he couldn't bear to tell the truth to Lu Chaoga. After prescribing the medicine, he didn't even dare to visit youngest aunt again. There was no mourning hall, no memorial service, not even an obituary notice. Because, except for Fang Yan, Lu Chaoga really couldn't think of anyone else to tell to say goodbye to the body. Youngest aunt's body was cremated in Mayan Hospital, and the body became a pot of ashes. All the procedures were run by Fang Yan, and everything was done by Fang Yan. Lu Chaoga didn't say a word, didn't express any attitude, and let Fang Yan take full responsibility. Choosing the day, buying the tomb, making the stone tablet, and finally burying the body, Fang Yan worked hard alone. When the coffin was closed, when the workers painted the tomb wall, the funeral was finished. For a job, it was trivial and tedious, but for a life to death, it was extremely simple. Lu Chaoga stood in front of the tomb, her eyes red, and her body as straight as a spear. She didn't say a word or eat anything for 2 days. Under Fang Yan's pressure, she drank a glass of juice and a few mouthfuls of water. There were no tears, no sadness, and she was as cold as a genetic person. However, the more she was like this, the more worried Fang Yan was. For the current Lu Chaoga, he probably wouldn't even be able to cry, right? As the winter deepened, the sky turned gray. Everyone's gloomy mood was once again covered by a thick layer of dust. Lu Chaoga, who was standing in the depths of the graveyard, looked lonely and pitiful. There was a stark contrast between the rows of dead people and the living. There was a small white flower embroidered on the black suit jacket. The white flower rustled in the wind as if it could fly away at any time. "Pa, in the end, the little flower was still unwilling to be bound. Just as it was about to be blown away by the wind, Lu Chaoga struck like lightning. Then, she held the little flower in her palm. Fang Yan knew that Lu Chaoga did not know martial arts, but in that instant, her speed was unbelievably fast. Fang Yan walked behind Lu Chaoga and said, "Auntie has already been laid to rest. Let's not disturb her. Let her rest well. It's going to rain. Let's go back." Lu Chaoga did not respond. She held the white flower tightly in her palm as if she was holding the most precious thing in her hand. "Why don't you cry for a while, then we'll go back," Fang Yan persuaded. "I heard that it's inauspicious if no one cries when the elderly pass away, and the elderly also feel that they have lost face," not knowing whether it was because Lu Chaoga's emotions had reached the extreme and caused her to break down, or because she heard Fang Yan's persuasion. She was worried that her auntie would be looked down upon after she passed away. Wah, Lu Chaoga really cried. She couldn't stop crying. She cried her heart out. She cried hysterically. She cried until the cuckoo was bleeding. She cried until she was about to stop breathing. Her body was no longer straight. She could not stand steadily. She simply sat down in front of the tombstone, trying to vent all the grievances and grief in her heart. Not only the death of her auntie, but also the death of her father, mother, the disaster that happened to her family, the extremely depressed life when she was a child, the danger in her enemy's house and the intimate battle of wits and courage that she pretended to not know anything. From a girl to a woman, she was really too tired in the past 20 years. Perhaps the heavens were infected by her sadness. The gray clouds began to roll, and the cold wind began to howl. There was no brewing of rain, no warning of the first drop of rain. Suddenly, the downpour poured down, making it impossible to avoid, impossible to guard against. The crying was loud, and the wind and rain were wild. The sky was dark, and the heart of the loved ones was broken. After venting her anger, it was easy to fall sick after being hit by the cold wind and rain. Fang Yan did not dare to let Lu Chaoga go on like this. He hurriedly rushed over and picked her up from the ground, running towards the car in the distance. Lu Chaoga was still sick. Her fever was 39 degrees, 40 degrees, 41 degrees, her body was burning like a stove of charcoal, and Fang Yan tried his best to help her reduce the fever. She was also talking nonsense, saying some things that she had never said in front of others. She shouted, "Mom, where are you? Mom, why haven't you come to pick me up? School has already ended," she shouted. "Dad, don't hide, I saw you," she cried while talking nonsense. Her body twisted and rolled, she punched and kicked, and even bit with her teeth. The wind and rain stopped, and a rare round moon appeared in the sky. Fang Yan sat on the bed, and Lu Chaoga finally fell asleep. Lu Chaoga's fever finally subsided after the combination of medicine and physical cooling. Fang Yan did not sleep for the entire night. His heart felt like it was weighed down by a heavy rock. This strong, intelligent, and even cruel woman, from now on, she would have no relatives in this world, right? Just as she said, she had accepted the fate of being an orphan. It was unknown how much tears and courage it took to make such a decision. But, her aunt came out again. She clung to it like a life-saving straw, but God was joking with her. They didn't even have time to get along well, they couldn't communicate normally, she couldn't accompany her all day, and she couldn't take care of her when she was old. She left. The saddest thing was not the despair at the beginning, but giving you hope, and then taking it away without warning. Still leaning on the sleepless night, watching the stars in the sky, still hearing the violins sobbing and teasing, "Why is there only a crescent moon in my sky after this night? There is no news, people are like the bright moon in the sky, they can't have." Fang Yan hummed a song softly. It was one of the songs he didn't know how to sing. He didn't know why he suddenly thought of it, and he sang it so naturally. Maybe it was a sweet dream, or maybe it was because she heard Fang Yan's song. Lu Chaoga's frowning brows slowly relaxed, and her face became peaceful. When Lu Chaoga opened her eyes, the room was dark. When she saw a ray of light in the corner of the window, she realized that the sky was already bright, but the curtains were too effective. There was a slight noise outside, and the smell of cooked corn came in. She stared at the ceiling, quietly enjoying this moment of peace and happiness. Only when someone is with you is home, living alone can only be called a house. The door of the room was gently pushed open, Fang Yan tiptoed in, and happened to meet Lu Chaoga's eyes. Fang Yan was a bit embarrassed and said, "I came in to see if you're awake." He walked to Lu Chaoga's bedside, touched her forehead with the back of his hand, and said, "The fever is gone, I gave you some anti-inflammatory medicine, it shouldn't relapse." He then walked to the window and pulled the curtains, and the curtains automatically closed. Fang Yan said with a smile, "Last night, I tried my best to pull the curtains, then I realized that they would close by themselves with a light touch. They're electric, these things are too advanced, I've never seen them before." Lu Chaoga didn't laugh, she just quietly looked at Fang Yan. She watched him walk over with a smile on his face, watched him touch her forehead with the back of his hand, watched him close the curtains, watched him tell jokes that weren't funny. Fang Yan saw Lu Chaoga's dull expression, so he walked over and asked worriedly, "Are you okay? Do you feel uncomfortable?" Lu Chaoga stared at Fang Yan with wide eyes, and called out, "Fang Yan, you know who I am, which means you haven't lost your mind from the fever." Fang Yan said with a smile. "How do you feel? Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? I've made you some corn porridge. Get up and eat something, then drink the medicine I've made. Your body is too weak, you need to eat a few tonics to replenish your vitality." Fang Yan, Lu Chaoga called Fang Yan's name again. Fang Yan looked at Lu Chaoga and said, "Go ahead, I'm listening." "I'm listening very seriously. Auntie has left." "Yes," Fang Yan nodded. "Gone. In this world, I don't have a family anymore," Lu Chaoga said. "When I'm sad, I don't know who to talk to. When I'm happy, I don't know who to share it with. Even if I make Chaoyan technology the world's #1, I don't even know who I'm trying to prove my ability to. I don't know what's the point of living." Fang Yan was anxious and shouted sternly, "Lu Chaoga, I'm warning you, don't let your imagination run wild. Auntie is gone, but you still have me, Rosefinch, Rosefinch's students, your colleagues at Chaoyan Technology, and your career. When you're sad, you can talk to me, and when you're happy, you can share it with me. Chaoyan Technology is your career, and it's also my career. If you make it the first in your career, you'll help me make it the first in my career. You'll prove your ability to the world, and also prove my ability to me, so, you must live. You must live well." Lu Chaoga nodded and said, "When I'm sad, I'll talk to you, and when I'm happy, I'll share it with you. I'll help you make Chaoyan Technology the world's #1. Is the corn porridge ready? I smell it." Lu Chaoga got up from the bed and walked to the bathroom in her slippers. Fang Yan stood there in a daze. Something seemed wrong. Chapter 317. Fang Yan's cooking skills were average, but he was good at making porridge. Of course, this was also because he didn't have a better comparison. Lu Chaoga drank 2 bowls of thick corn porridge in a row, not even touching the appetizers that Fang Yan had carefully prepared. After 2 bowls of porridge, Lu Chaoga's pale face became a bit rosier. She wiped her mouth with a napkin and said, "When you're done, I have something to talk to you about. Go ahead, I'll listen as I eat, just treat it as a side dish," Fang Yan said. "I want revenge," Lu Chaoga said. "What?" Fang Yan put down the bowl of porridge in his hand and asked aloud. "I want revenge," Lu Chaoga said again. Her face was calm and her tone was cold, it seemed that she had already made up her mind. "Revenge against who?" "Auntie died early because of the car accident, and the fire after the car accident, otherwise, Auntie would have a completely different life. She was a very talented energy expert, maybe she could have gotten more results in the energy field. She was very beautiful when she was young, there would have been many excellent men who liked her. If she had found a man she liked and married, her child would be about the same age as me by now, but, her life became like this. Because of the death of my parents, because of the change in our family, her entire life was ruined. Her body was burned, her face was burned to a tattered state, and there was nothing else in her life except hatred. Her only motivation in life was revenge. And my father, they were killed when they were traveling abroad. Many things that happened later proved that it was a murder. Someone didn't want them to come back, so they bribed a hitman to keep them here. Should I just let them die in a foreign land? Let them die with everlasting regret? What do you want to do? Fang Yan asked in a low voice. All these years, I've been running and retreating, because I don't have the ability, because I'm not strong enough to fight against them. At that time, I only wanted to live, because only by living would I have a chance, and only by living could I avenge them. I survived, and I'm doing pretty well now. Although Chaoyan Technology is a new technology company, because we have our own technology, our products are unique in the world. We are working with the best companies in the world. I am confident that we can help them surpass Longtu in 2 years or even less. We will make them the #1 in Huacheng and Huaxia. I don't want to wait any longer. I can't wait any longer. I want revenge, I want to declare war on the Jiang family. No negotiations, no apologies, no bargaining for compensation, I just want blood for blood. Lu Xiaoga's words were resolute and decisive, powerful and resonating. Her body was still weak, but her soul was incomparably tough. She sat there quietly. Her huge aura spread to the surroundings, making it difficult for people to breathe and make their hearts beat faster. It made people's hair stand on end. She wanted to kill someone. Fang Yan was silent for a long time. He looked at Lu Xiaoga with a straight face and said, I understand what you mean, and I can also understand your feelings. I can't persuade you, I'm in no position to persuade you. If it was my family that encountered such a thing, I might become even more stubborn and crazy than you. A woman who wants to avenge her parents and aunt, am I supposed to hold her hand and tell her to make peace? I don't believe in God, and forgiveness is what God should do. But, what I want to say is, I don't want to see you become a slave to hatred. I don't want you to become a second aunt. She did a lot of things that she shouldn't have done even though she had no choice. I hope you can remain rational, and I even hope you can maintain a kind heart. You are still Lu Xiaoga, the previous Lu Xiaoga. The killing intent in Lu Xiaoga's eyes dissipated. She looked at Fang Yan with a gentle voice and said, I'll listen to you. Fang Yan stood by the roadside and waited for half an hour. After failing to successfully stop a taxi, he began to wonder if he should buy a car in Huacheng. Although the traffic jam during rush hour was like constipation, at least he was constipated in the car instead of standing by the roadside and watching others constipated. Moreover, he also had to absorb a large amount of exhaust gas from the car. It was much better. Why should he breathe in the exhaust gas emitted by others? Fang Yan even missed Baldi's battery-powered car. It felt very dangerous when he sat on it, but Baldi was right about one thing. They didn't have to worry about traffic jams, the final exams were getting closer and closer, and the students' enthusiasm for learning was getting higher and higher. Last time, Fang Yan made a bet with Zhang Yu, the language teacher of Class 1, that Class 9 would beat Class 1 and become the first in the class. This time, they had to face the battle of revenge against Class 1, and the other classes were also scrambling to surpass them. The students of Class 9 were facing great pressure. Last time, they had surpassed Class 1, and they didn't want their first place to be taken away again after such a short period of time. Previously, there were many chores, so Fang Yan repeatedly applied for leave. Several language classes were taught by the school administration office on behalf of other language teachers. In the last month, Fang Yan put all his attention on the students of Class 9. Even the students wanted to win the championship again and get better results. How could he, the homeroom teacher and language teacher, drag his students down? At the end of the last class, when Fang Yan was carrying his books and preparing to end class, a student in the classroom suddenly asked, Mr. Fang, what if we can't surpass Class 1 in this exam? Fang Yan retracted his steps and looked at the smiling students below the stage. He said, then we'll wait until next time to surpass them. What if we can't surpass them next time? Your life has just begun. You still have a lifetime left, Fang Yan said. You can use it to surpass your opponents, and you can also do what you like. Here, I never judge heroes by their results. The students applauded happily. They felt that teacher Fang Yan was the greatest, kindest, and most understanding teacher in the world. He was also a teacher with great wisdom. Then how do you judge heroes? Someone asked. Success or failure? In the midst of everyone's anticipation and apprehension, the final exam finally ended. Class 9 obtained first place in the language subjects of Rosefinch High School and first place in the whole of Huacheng. Overall, they ranked second in Rosefinch High School and top 10 in Huacheng. This was a miracle for a class that could only be considered average in the past. Even Zhang Xiaofeng was wild with joy when he received the city's ranking list. He personally called Fang Yan to congratulate him. He also said that Fang Yan's Fang family teaching method would be promoted to the whole school after the new year. This time, no one could deny Fang Yan's ability and results just because he was young. Because of his participation, the students' enthusiasm for learning was increased. They were the practitioners of language knowledge, and their enthusiasm for learning other subjects was also in the forefront of the whole school. Many teachers said that the students of Class 9 were easier to teach than the students of other classes. Their ability to understand was especially strong, and the way they thought about problems was very unique. When the school held a commendation ceremony, Principal Zhang Xiaofeng requested Fang Yan to speak at the ceremony, but Fang Yan rejected. Therefore, everyone praised Fang Yan for his noble character and unquestionable integrity. He was not arrogant or complacent with his results, and was a humble and low-key good teacher. Fang Yan did not participate in the school's commendation ceremony. Instead, he chose to go shopping with Lu Chaoge. It should be said that Lu Chaoge helped him make the choice. Because Lu Chaoge was on the board of directors of Rosefinch High School, she had the power to appoint people in the school. Even the principal could be persuaded with a word. Most importantly, when his aunt left, Fang Yan promised her that she could talk to him when she was unhappy, and share with him when she was happy. Therefore, during this period of time, Lu Chaoge was happy 5 times, and unhappy 11 times. This time, Fang Yan did not ask Lu Chaoge if she wanted to talk or share. Anyway, he just needed to be by her side. Lu Chaoge drove and parked the car at the biggest and most luxurious Oriental shopping mall in Huacheng. Then, she brought Fang Yan into the Oriental shopping mall. What are we buying? Fang Yan asked. A gift. What gift? Aren't you going home for the spring festival? We have to bring some gifts back, Lu Chaoge said. She took out a piece of paper from her pocket. It was filled with beautiful handwriting and said, I've already picked out the gifts. I'm going to buy some paintings by Zhang Xinjie for your dad. You said that he likes paintings, and Zhang Xinjie's fame is just starting to rise, but his painting skills are amazing and worth collecting. I'm going to buy a few boxes of essential oils for your mom. It can protect her body and skin when she showers. I don't need to care about Grandpa's gifts. You said that you prepared some ambergris for him, and the old drunkard, Uncle Mo. I've already asked someone to get him a few bottles of Maotai liquor from when the Maotai liquor factory was first established. It's very rare now. Fang Yan sighed softly. She remembered everything he said. She didn't forget any of her family members. Actually, there's no need to go through so much trouble, Fang Yan said. It's not troublesome, it's just a bit of filial piety. It's something I've always wanted to do, but I never had the chance. When I thought I had the chance to do it, the heavens took it away, Lu Chaoge said with a sad expression. She then thought about her aunt's departure. Fang Yan hurriedly said, all right, I'll listen to you. Oh yeah, I still have 2 aunts and a little nephew. When Fang Yan and Lu Chaoge were looking for an essential oil store in the mall, they bumped into Jiang Zhulu, who was walking out of an international luxury clothing store. Fang Yan and Jiang Zhulu's eyes met, then they pointed at each other and laughed. Chapter 318. Do you like the campus bell? No, I don't. Do you like the campus bell? Why would I like a flat-chested woman? Downstairs from the campus bell's dorm, two brothers holding roses miraculously met, then pointed at each other and laughed. Everything was said without words. Fang Yan and Jiang Zhulio's laughter contained this meaning. Jiang Zhulu looked at Fang Yan with a smile and said, I suspected that you two were having an affair, but you didn't want to admit it. Now I've caught you red-handed, haven't I? Previously, you said that the woman you liked the most was Lu Xiaoge. You also said that she was your heart, your liver, the air you breathed, and the ground under your feet. In the blink of an eye, you are holding hands with another woman and going shopping? Fang Yan glanced at the woman who was holding on to Jiang Zhulio's arm. He was a little puzzled. This woman looked a little familiar. Jiang Zhulio's smile didn't change, and he said in a gentle and sincere voice, I did say that. Not only me, but my parents also firmly believed that Lu Xiaoge and I would become an enviable couple, and that we would be together in the end. It's just that Xiaoge misunderstood my family too much, and I wasn't charming enough to win her heart. So, I could only regretfully give up on this relationship. Xiaoge is a good woman, and you're a lucky guy. I don't want to, but I still have to congratulate you. Looking at Lu Xiaoge who was standing behind Fang Yan, Jiang Zhulu took the initiative to greet her. Xiaoge, how have you been? Not very good, Lu Xiaoge said coldly. She knew the Jiang father and son. They pretended to be gentlemen, but deep down, they were man-eating wolves. She didn't even have the slightest interest in brushing off such a beast in human clothing. You've lost some weight. You need to drink more soup, Jiang Zhulu said with concern. He looked at Fang Yan and said, I've always treated Xiaoge as my family. You can't let her suffer. Otherwise, I won't let you go. Of course not. Fang Yan nodded seriously. You, who treated her like family, made her suffer a lot. She scolded you and your father in her nightmares at night. The smile on Jiang Zhulio's face gradually faded. This guy really didn't know how to chat. Who would directly slap someone in the face like that? But you don't have to worry about it. Fang Yan comforted her. Scolding won't hurt you, and it won't shorten your lifespan. Even if she scolds you, you and your dad will still be healthy and active. You can still go shopping with a beautiful and sexy girl in your arms. You won't be affected at all. Don't you think so? I've long heard that Mr. Fang has a sharp tongue. Now that I've seen him today, he lives up to his reputation. Jiang Zhulio's female companion mocked him. However, men with sharp mouths don't have any great achievements. Men who are unknown to the public are able to make people's hearts move when they amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. Mr. Fang, please be careful with your words. I'm already the most outstanding language teacher in our school at such a young age. Why don't I have any great achievements? Fang Yan's gaze shifted to her face and he said, Miss, if I remember correctly, we've met before. At the entrance of Maya Hospital, the woman said. I remember now. Fang Yan smiled and said. Miss, your sports car was too fast. I didn't have time to thank you. It was nothing, the woman said. She was the beautiful woman who had swiped her black card at Maya Hospital and pleaded for Fang Yan to let Fang Yan in. At that time, she was wearing a pair of sunglasses that covered half of her face. Her burgundy hair was slightly curled, but today, it was tied up on top of her head in a more dignified manner. Fang Yan only felt that she looked familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. What was her relationship with Jiang Zhulu? My fiancé is Jiang Shangxin. Jiang Zhulu introduced politely. We're getting engaged in 2 days. Both of you can come to our engagement party if you have time. We'll send you an invitation then. Jiang Shangxin. Fang Yan's eyes narrowed. He smiled and said, just from the name, I thought that it had something to do with an idiot named Jiang Junling that I know. However, Miss Jiang Shangxin is so smart and kind. You wouldn't know such a jerk, right? As Shangxin knitted her eyebrows, there was already a hint of anger on her face. She said, the idiot called General Ling that you are talking about is my cousin. You guys know each other? Fang Yan was shocked. I'm really sorry. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have told you the truth. Actually, he's not as bad as I said. Although he's a little stupid, his looks are average. It seems like we can't see eye to eye. Jiang Zhulu wrapped his arms around Jiang Shangxin's waist and said, see you again if fate allows it. Jiang Shangxin looked at Fang Yan thoughtfully and the two of them turned to leave. Looking at their backs, Fang Yan sighed softly and said, didn't you say that you wanted to declare war on the Jiang family and take revenge on them? Why didn't you say so just now? I'm going to tell them after I defeat them, Lu Chaoga said. The Jiang family is starting to retaliate. We've roped in the Gu family and allied with the Lu family. The Jiang family feels that the situation isn't good. They have less and less space to move around in Huacheng, so they chose to form a marriage alliance with the Jiang family. Since ancient times, forming a marriage alliance has never been a good move. However, it's the Jiang family's only lifeline now. Lu Chaoga analyzed and said. Fang Yan sneered and said, it's natural for the Jiang family to seek help when they sense danger. Qiang Long Tan would be too disappointing if they remain indifferent under such a situation. However, why did the Jiang family want to form a marriage alliance with them? The Jiang family won't sense any danger, so who can threaten them? They're not resigned to it. Lu Chaoga said, perhaps they still want to plant a chess piece in Huacheng. It seems like we should meet with our close partner again. Perhaps we can get some answers from him, Fang Yan said. Lu Chaoga looked at Fang Yan and said, I'll go buy some things. You go talk to him. Fang Yan knew that Lu Chaoga didn't like to see him. If he had a choice, Fang Yan wouldn't want to see him either. He was ugly and had a vicious heart. This kind of person was filled with negative energy. After meeting him, people's moods would be in a gloomy state for a long time. Because they had coincidentally met Jiang Zhulu, the two of them had to split their things as soon as they entered the mall. Lu Chaoga continued to buy things with the small piece of paper, while Fang Yan took out his phone and made a call. I know a tea house that serves pretty good tea, Fang Yan said to the other end of the phone. Cool Breeze Tea House. After Duan Yujun personally brewed tea for the guests, he greeted Fang Yan and quietly left the room. Fang Yan looked at Lu Shu, who was sitting opposite him, and said, there are no outsiders now. Take off that mask on your face. Aren't you afraid of getting heat rash? I thought you wouldn't like my face, Lu Shu said with a smile. As he spoke, he reached out to take off the wolf mask and put it on the table. Thus, his face, which was crisscrossed with countless wounds, was exposed in front of Fang Yan. Fang Yan held the teacup and drank tea, admiring the net-like pattern on his face, and said, do you think I'll feel guilty? I won't. Based on what you've done, even if you're hacked into pieces, I'll still give you a discount. This is what you deserve. I'm just getting rid of evil for the people. To tell you the truth, I'm not afraid of looking at it. I like looking at it, because it gives me a sense of accomplishment. Recently, my saber skills have improved again. Do you want me to try it on other parts of your body? Not at the moment. Then I'll let Jiang Zhulu have it. Fang Yan had a look of, I feel sorry for you. I saw him just now. He was shopping with a little beauty. She looked even better than the last time we met. People who don't know you will definitely think that you're a good person, Lu Shu said with a strange smile. But, after getting to know you, they'll know that you're much more vicious than us. We still care about decency, but you don't care about anything. If you say that, I'll take it as a compliment, Fang Yan said with a smile. But, the biggest difference between me and you guys is that I'm on the side of justice. Think about it, when did I ever take the initiative to harm others? When have I ever forcefully taken someone else's things for my own benefit? I didn't, right? Who doesn't rob others of their wealth? If you can't protect it, I'll help you protect it. It's a very normal thing. I don't care about other people. I'm not trying to protect other people. I just happen to know Lu Chaoga, and you just happen to fall into my hands. I can only say that you're unlucky. Maybe it's a little stupid to say this, but I really want to know whose hands you'll fall into, Lu Shu said. They all say that you've never lost before, but I don't believe them. How can a person never lose in his entire life? So, I have to try my best to live. I want to see who will win in the end. Then, I wish you a long life, Fang Yan said. Do you know that Jiang Zhulu is getting engaged? I've already received the invitation, Lu Shu said. Jiang Shangxin is a core member of the Jiang family. Jiang Shangxin's father is Jiang Junling's uncle. Of course, this uncle isn't his father's biological brother. The Jiang family seems to want to warn Huacheng by marrying her to Jiang Zhulu. I'm protecting this family, so don't act rashly. It can't be that simple, right? Fang Yan said with a smile. Of course, Lu Shu said. What's the Jiang family? To a wealthy family like the Jiang family, they'll just kick away a useless dog. They're helping the Jiang family to be a nail in their coffin. As long as the Jiang family doesn't fall in Huacheng, they'll have a chance eventually. Their target is the Rubik's Cube. It can only be the Rubik's Cube. Now, everyone is staring at the Rubik's Cube. Lu Shu grinned. Chapter 319. What was the most profitable industry in the next era? Energy and health. Everyone wanted to live, and everyone wanted to live to 100 years old. However, the food was becoming more and more unhealthy, the air was becoming more and more dirty, the high-intensity work pressure, the lack of exercise, and various diseases and even cancer were on the rise. At that time, hospitals and pharmaceutical factories engaged in the health industry would become the richest group in the world. People naturally needed to eat, drink, and poop. If they wanted to eat and drink well, they needed an energy supply. However, everyone knew that now every country was facing an energy crisis. Everyone was thinking of ways to create recyclable energy or renewable energy. At that time, the practitioners in the energy industry would also be the winners of the world. They would even affect the economic lifeline of a country and gain the right to speak on a global scale. Whoever had more energy would have the right to speak. Controlling the life and death of others, how could other people resist? The Rubik's Cube happened to be a recyclable energy source that could be used on a large scale. Take the two products that Chaoyan Research Institute had now come up with as an example. When the plan matured and the product matured, if it was put on the market, it would produce a fuel revolution in the automotive and even aerospace fields, renewable energy replacing non-renewable fuel. What kind of earth-shaking change would this bring to Huaxia? Oh, the whole world. Lu Mingtu and his wife were the creators of the Rubik's Cube, but they died inexplicably in a foreign country. How many people died fighting for the Rubik's Cube? Marx said in Capital, once there is a proper profit, capital will be bold. If there is a 10% profit, it will be guaranteed to be used everywhere. If there is a 20% profit, it will be active. If there is a 50% profit, it will take risks. For a 100% profit, it will dare to trample on all human laws. If there is a 300% profit, it will dare to commit any crime, even at the risk of being hanged. The profit of the Rubik's Cube was more than 100 times or 1,000 times. It was possible to be 10,000 times or even 100,000 times. The more tenacious human life was, the more huge its profit was, endless. Therefore, Lu Shu, who was sitting opposite Fang Yan, killed his brother with his own hands. You people are all slaves to money. Fang Yan said viciously. Don't you like money? Lu Shu asked. I am the grandson of money, Fang Yan said. Money's grandson also had money's bloodline. Lu Shu and the other slaves had to call him young master. He was really a guy who never forgot to take advantage of others. Everyone wants to live. Everyone wants to live a better life, said the willow tree. With a knife in your hand, it's inevitable that your clothes will be stained with blood. If you talk about the rules with someone, and they stab you, don't you think it's a loss? I won't listen to your twisted theories. I believe that even if I don't use a knife on my hand or stain my clothes with blood, I can still make money. If you don't use a knife, others will. If you don't get stained with blood, others will. Lu Chaoga is scheming and scheming. Are you sure she hasn't done anything in secret that you can't accept? I'm sure she won't, Fang Yan said. You trust her that much? It's better than trusting you. Lu Shu smiled and didn't get angry. He said, the Jiang family wants to cling to someone to protect themselves. This kind of thing is understandable. But, why would the Jiang family extend their thigh for them to cling to? You asked me to come here because you still don't understand the Jiang family's actions, right? The Rubik's Cube is a money tree. Everyone wants to take a few branches or roots away. I know that the Jiang family has their eyes on Huacheng. Naturally, it's for the Rubik's Cube. They're alone in Huacheng. They have to worry about you local tyrants joining forces to attack them. I can understand that they want to support a local force for their own use. I'm just curious, what did they ask you to do in the past? The willow tree hesitated for a moment before answering frankly, everything I've done is because I was instructed by them. As long as I can get the Rubik's Cube technology from Lu Chaoga or her aunt, they will share it with us, the Lu family. Is this fair to you? Of course it's not fair, said the willow tree. We charge and break through enemy lines, while they sit back and enjoy the fruits of our labor. How could this be a fair deal? But, who told them to be the Jiang family? If we didn't have their support, how could we get what we want from that old fox, Qiang Long Tan? Jiang Zhulu is nothing to be afraid of. Qiang Long Tan, you should have heard of the story of the yellow ox and the dog, right? It's really vivid. Later, we found out that the Rubik's Cube wasn't even in Longtu Group. It wasn't even in the hands of the Jiang family's father and son. That's why they say that women are born actors. That woman suffered so much, and even when she was on the brink of death, she clenched her teeth and kept this secret. You participated in the incident at 10 Feet Abyss? Fang Yan asked with a chuckle. I know that you had a conflict with the Jiang family at 10 Feet Abyss. His right-hand man, the king of Xingyi, Bao Shi, lost to you. His other trump card, the hanged ghost fisherman, also said that your Tai Chi skill had reached the level of mastery. It would be difficult to win, and even if you did, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. He's an honest man. Fang Yan said with a smile. I heard that you were attacked again. You were shot in the chest, and that woman has been missing since that night. Later on, I heard that the woman is the young lady of the Qin family, Qinitian. She said that Jiang Junling's adopted daughter must be Qinitian's son, Qinitian. Crack. The teacup in Fang Yan's hand cracked, and then turned into a pile of ashes in his palm. What was even more amazing was that not a single drop of tea fell from the teacup. All the tea melted in his palm and turned into a puff of white smoke. What else do you know? Fang Yan asked. You care about her a lot. The willow tree looked at Fang Yan thoughtfully. She's very important to you, right? We've known each other for a long time, but this is the first time I've seen you so angry. She took a bullet for me. Fang Yan said. Ha! The willow tree made a sound of envy. Of course, it could also be a taunt. But from Fang Yan's point of view, what right did he have to taunt him? Letting a woman with such a background take a bullet for you? Am I listening to a modern version of the story of the princess and the hunter? What does Jiang Junling have to do with the armory? Their names are probably 3 words, and they both have the word military in their names. That's all I know. I'm 80% sure that they're connected. Those assassins were sent by Jiang Junling. Then he's really powerful. God knows if it's a good thing for me to cooperate with you. You have no way out. Fang Yan sneered. You relied on the distribution rights of the Rubik's Cube to gain the family's acceptance and attention. If we take back the rights, you'll have nothing. You'll be worse than the most pitiful beggar. Are you really a teacher? The willow tree shook its head. You're a devil teacher, right? Of course. Moreover, he is the most outstanding one, Fang Yan said. Just how powerful is the Jiang family? This question. The willow tree fell into deep thought. I've also asked my father. What did he say? He said he also asked my grandpa. Fang Yan stood up and said, remember to pay for the tea when you leave. I heard you're going back to Yanjing. The willow tree shouted. Fang Yan turned to look at the willow tree and asked, do you have a different opinion? It's just a friendly reminder. Just like you said, I have no way out. God knows what kind of crazy things that Lu woman will do if you die. So, I can only pray that you're alive and well. You can't go back to Yanjing. Because of the Jiang family? Because of the Jiang family. The willow tree said with a serious expression. I don't know how powerful the Jiang family is. Maybe even my grandpa doesn't know. But, they're the most powerful family in Huaxia. There's no doubt about that. What we see and what the outside world sees is only the tip of the iceberg. Hidden in the city, have you ever heard of such a family before? Of course, they didn't know of your existence before. Now, especially after experiencing so many things in Huacheng, do you think you can still live if you go back to Yanjing where they firmly control the territory? Do you think I won't go back because they're too powerful? Fang Yan said with a smile. Take a step back and you'll see the world. After a few years of accumulation, maybe you'll have the strength to challenge them. Or, Miss Qin is willing to take a bullet for you and marry you. If you can enter the Qin family's gate, the Jiang family won't dare to act rashly. From the willow tree's point of view, he indeed hoped that Fang Yan and Miss Qin would end up together. Because of the conflict between him and Lu Qingming tried to kill him in the end. His weakness was in Fang Yan's hands, so he could only rely on Fang Yan without reservation. If Fang Yan's life was good, his life would also be good. Plus, who wouldn't want to get close to a powerful family like the Qin family? I won't back down, not even a step back. Fang Yan's eyes were firm, and his voice was passionate. My home is in Yanjing, my parents are in Yanjing, my family and friends are all in Yanjing. I want to go home for the holidays, I want to be filial to my parents, I want to drink with my family and friends. My student is there too. She was injured because of me. I want to go back and see how she is. The Jiang family can't stop me. A strange light bloomed on the willow tree's face, and he said, I checked the weather forecast before I came, it's snowing in Yanjing right now. Big people have big scenes, this saying is true. Snowing in Yanjing is for us to go home. Fang Yan laughed. When the time comes, I'll wear a green robe, carry a pot of good wine, listen to the wind and watch the snow, and chop off a few heads to cook. Wouldn't life be great? Chapter 320. Hearing this, Lu Shu's blood was boiling, he had the urge to kowtow. He had always disliked Fang Yan, because he felt that Fang Yan liked to escape, was too cunning, had too much intelligence, but not enough rigidity. However, to be able to say such words, it was enough to show that he was also a heroic warrior with iron bones that could shake the 9 continents, his arrogance soaring to the heavens. When it came to acting cool, Lu Shu was really far inferior. A man in black pushed open the door, stood behind Lu Shu, and said, Young master, we can't trust him, why? Lu Shu picked up the teapot, poured himself a cup of hot tea, leisurely savored it, and asked aloud. He's not a good person, Lu Shu smiled, and said, Do you think I'm a good person? I just feel that we shouldn't place such a heavy bet on him. If we lose, we'll lose everything. When the Lu family is threatened, and there's no profit to be made, they'll throw young master out without hesitation. They've already done that once. Lu Shu turned his body to look at the man in black behind him, and said, Chen Pu, sit down. Let's talk. Other people get scared when they see my face, and very few people are willing to come and talk to me now. Sometimes, Finding someone to talk to is an extravagant hope, that's because they're short-sighted. Young master will one day soar to the heavens, Chen Pu firmly said. Lu Shu shook his head, and said, I'm not a hidden dragon, I can't soar to the heavens, I just want to try my best to live. Sometimes, living is also a very great thing. If I wait until my good little brother Lu Qingming makes his move, I'm afraid I won't even have a chance to live. This is also the reason why I want to cooperate with Fang Yan. If I don't cooperate with him, if I can't get a part of the profits from the Rubik's Cube, the Lu family, who can tolerate a useless person? Oh, it's more appropriate to call him a monster. When I sat in a wheelchair and swaggered through the streets, the facial muscles of the elders in the family who care about face must be twitching badly, right? We can choose to cooperate with him, but we don't need to place all of our bets on him. How can he go against the Jiang family? Of course he can't go against the Jiang family, Lu Shu said. Jiang Junling is Jiang Junling, and the Jiang family is the Jiang family. Jiang Junling was now using his own power, the power given to him by the Jiang family. However, when the day comes when the generals also treat Fang Yan as an opponent, he will only be crushed into mud. No matter how fierce a tiger is, how can it collide with a tank? What about us? We have no other choice, said the willow tree. After I was heavily injured, Jiang Junling took a look at me and chose my younger brother, Lu Qingming. Lu Qingming is dead, maybe he will change his mind again. Lu Shu looked at Chen Pu sitting across from him and said, Chen Pu, don't let hatred blind your eyes. It's an extremely dangerous thing to do. I know that your family died at his hands. You hate Fang Yan and view him as your mortal enemy. If we're talking about hatred, shouldn't I hate him even more? I am the lover of Huacheng, one of the 4 prodigies of Huacheng, one of the top young masters. Wherever I go, I'm the center of attention, no matter where I sit, there are always beauties throwing themselves at me. He destroyed me. Chen Pu went silent. Compared to the willow tree, his own pain was not even worth mentioning. His family was heavily injured and died, but Lu Shu, he was living a life worse than death. I'm not a good person, and there are no good people in our circle, Lu Shu said. But, we need to have our principles. Chen Pu pondered over the meaning of these 2 words. Jiang Junling had already abandoned me once, kicking me away like a piece of trash. It took me a lot of effort to crawl back up, ignoring everyone's ridicule and standing up like a clown. How could I kneel at his feet again? Every time we betray him, our value decreases by 50%. Betraying him twice in a row, our character becomes negative. When no one dares to take us in, and no one dares to stand up for us again, then we will truly be dead. From our bodies to our souls, we will be completely dead. Then Jiang Junling, he doesn't understand this? He understands. He is the son of Jiang Junling, the son of Jiang Junling, how could he not understand? Lu Shu coldly laughed, his bones were filled with a heart-wrenching hatred. He simply doesn't care about us. In his eyes, we are too insignificant. Kicking him is kicking him, changing him is changing him. Aside from me, there are still countless people kneeling in front of him, who can hurt him. Young master, what do you mean? I'll bet again. Lu Shu gritted his teeth. Bet that Fang Yan will win. Bet on life and death, Lu Shu answered. If Fang Yan wins, I'll live. If Fang Yan loses, I'll die. Young master, Lu Shu waved his hand dismissively, saying, if I lose twice in a row, then the heavens won't accept me, what's the point of living then? He put down the teacup in his hand and said, push the wheelchair in, right now I really can't leave it. Chen Pu silently stood up, pushed the wheelchair in from the door, then helped Lu Shu sit on it. Go back, Lu Shu said. Remember to pay for the tea. I'm sure that guy who's talking about cutting off a few heads to go with the wine won't pay for it. Fang Yan frowned and said, I've already thought about it, I'll take you back to celebrate the new year with me. What are you doing alone in Huacheng? It's New Year's Eve, everyone else is having a family reunion, but you're here alone, what's the point? Fang Yan was preparing to return to Beijing tomorrow, so before he left, he had a meal with Lu Chaoga and discussed with her about returning to Beijing for the new year. When little aunt left, she entrusted Lu Chaoga to Fang Yan. Although Fang Yan didn't have time to agree or refuse before she left, Fang Yan had already accepted this task in his heart. In fact, Lu Chaoga really didn't need him to take care of her, on the contrary, she needed to take care of herself more. Lu Chaoga carefully cut the steak on the plate and said softly, "I understand your good intentions. To be honest, I'm very happy to hear your invitation. Originally, I wanted to spend this new year with little aunt in Huacheng, but I didn't expect little aunt to not be able to make it. Thank you for your invitation. This let me know that I'm not alone in this world. At least there's still someone who cares about me, and someone who's afraid that I'll be alone. But, I have to stay." Lu Chaoga's voice was firm. "Chaoyan Technology is the biggest reliance for me to take revenge on the Jiang family, and it's also the condensation of all my efforts. The company has just been established this year. Although with the help of the Qin family, it quickly got on the right track, but, after all, it's too young and too weak. At this time, it can't withstand any big storms. The last assassin incident caused panic in the research institute, and it took me a lot of effort to calm them down. Others can do it too. Don't you have an assistant?" "I think that assistant is quite capable," Fang Yan comforted her. "Others can't do it," Lu Chaoga said. "They can maintain the normal operation of the company, but if there's a problem with the company, they don't know how to deal with it. Now is the critical period for the company to produce results. The internal situation is unstable, and there are strong enemies outside. I have to keep one eye open even when I sleep. In the past few months, I've never dared to turn off my phone. How can I leave at this time? But I'm worried that you'll be in danger if you're here alone," Fang Yan said. "I'm worried that they'll do something to you when I'm not here. After you leave, I'll live in the research institute," Lu Chaoga said. After the last incident, the Qin family once again sent people to strengthen the research institute. "As long as I don't go out, no one can hurt me. On the contrary, if I follow you to Yanjing, it'll be more dangerous. Compared to Yanjing, Huacheng is safer. At least, the Lan family and the Lu family don't want anything to happen to me at this time." Fang Yan nodded heavily and said, "I'll tell them again." "Thank you," Lu Chaoga said. After eating and drinking, Lu Chaoga got up to clean up the dishes. After drinking a cup of hot tea, Fang Yan got up to leave. "I'll go back tomorrow," Fang Yan said. "Then you'll have to wait. See you next year." "See you next year." Lu Chaoga, who was wearing a white sweater, sent Fang Yan to the courtyard. The cold air hit her, and she couldn't help but wrap her arms around her chest to get some warmth. Her chest was already very big and full, but when she wrapped her arms around it, they didn't shrink even though they were being squeezed. Instead, they became even more perky, giving people a feeling that they were about to come out. Fang Yan stared at them with his eyes wide open, then looked away with a red face and said, "Then I'll leave." "You should go inside, it's cold outside," Fang Yan, Lu Chaoga called out. Fang Yan turned around and saw Lu Chaoga walking step by step to Fang Yan. She reached out and wrapped her arms around his waist, then leaned her head on his shoulder. With a warm and soft body in his arms, Fang Yan felt that his heart was about to stop. He wasn't this nervous even when he was facing the Thousand Leaves army. He didn't know what to do and raised his arms, but he was worried that she would get up immediately, so he quickly hugged her. He felt that his chest was being pressed by something, a very warm and full feeling. "I've said it before, I'll help you make Chao Yan the number one in Hua City, the number one in Hua Xia, the number one in the world," Lu Chaoga said. "Because I really don't know how to thank you. I won't leave Chao Yan, I'll wait for you in Hua City." Fang Yan was about to cry. "You liar, you're so smart, how could you not know how to thank me? You must know." Can someone help to remind her of it? Chapter 321. Fang Yan didn't wear his green shirt. His only green shirt was torn into pieces during the battle with Bailey Lu. He did carry a few bottles of liquor, which were gifts prepared by Lu Chaoga for the old drunkard. Of course, those things and some other gifts were packed in boxes, so Fang Yan couldn't bring them to the plane. The only things he brought to the plane were his cell phone, wallet, ID, and 2 clowns. I think the stewardess is very beautiful. She has an oval face and fair skin, Fang Haohan said with his eyes wide open. I like the oval face. When she smiles, there are 2 dimples. I want to jump into the dimples and get drunk, Fang Yingying said with an intoxicated expression. You can't jump in with your fat body, right? Fang Haohan kindly reminded him. Fang Haohan, do you know how to talk? How am I fat? I'm sturdy, do you know what sturdy is? Fang Yingying was furious. He hated people calling him fat and accusing him of not being as handsome as junior martial uncle Fang Yan. Even if you jump in, Fang Haohan continued to stab him. That's not getting drunk, it's smashing people to death, Fang Haohan, our friendship ends here today. You stole junior martial uncle's 12 techniques of the Jade Room, Fang Yingying was shocked and said with a pale face, from tomorrow onwards, you are my big brother. Fang Yan looked away from the air travel magazine in his hand and looked up at Fang Yingying, who was sneaking around. Fang Haohan said, it's just a casual book. I stuffed it into my pocket when I left home, I don't understand, why are you 2 old virgins studying that kind of science? Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan looked at each other and lowered their heads in silence. What? Are you embarrassed to say it out loud? Fang Yingying said. Fang Haohan wanted to push Fang Yingying out again. Fang Yingying had learned to be smart this time. If Fang Haohan betrayed him, it would be better to confess himself. He quickly said, I think we have to be better than junior martial uncle in one aspect. Junior martial uncle is too outstanding. We feel pressured around you. And then? We can be fat, we can be ugly, but we can't have no self-respect. We want to beat you once, we want to be ahead of you in one thing, and then? We want to end our virginity before you do. Innocence? Fang Yan looked at Fang Yingying's bun face in shock and said, you didn't have this when you were born, right? Junior martial uncle, I'm talking about virginity, chaste virginity. Virgin. Fang Yingying said with a red face. Virgin. Fang Yan thought about it and slapped Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan's heads. He sneered and said, I'm afraid your wishes are going to be in vain. I've been ahead of you for a long time. You didn't. Fang Yingying clenched his teeth and said. You think I didn't? There are a lot of women who like me, you know, this has nothing to do with you being a dorm boy. Fang Haohan stood firmly on Fang Yingying's side this time. Fang Yan was a little exasperated and said, if I say I'm not, then I'm not. Do I need to prove it to you? Junior martial uncle, we've learned bone physiognomy, Fang Yingying said carefully. Master taught us. We can tell with a glance whether someone has martial arts or not. We can also tell if someone is a dorm boy or not. Why did the old drunkard teach you this? Could it be that your martial arts never improved? So you've always been studying these crooked methods, go back and do the plum blossom steps 100 times. Junior martial uncle, you win, Fang Yingying said with a sad face. We admit defeat. Yes, we admit defeat, Fang Haohan agreed. Then don't make us do the plum blossom steps. What do you mean by this? You have to admit defeat because you succumbed to violence. We don't mean that. Not at all. I don't care, Fang Yan said, annoyed. Fang Yingying smiled and said, I thought you wouldn't come back last night. What do you mean? Fang Yan asked. We heard you talking to Miss Lu on the phone and asked her out for dinner tonight, so Fang Haohan and I made a bet that you would stay at Miss Lu's house. Fang Yan trembled with anger. He growled in a low voice, you 2 idiots. What kind of person do you think I am? Seeing that Fang Yan was really angry, Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan apologized again and again, saying that junior martial uncle had misunderstood them. They didn't mean it that way at all. They believed in Junior Marshall Uncle's character. Even if all the men in the world did that kind of thing, Junior Marshall Uncle would refuse without hesitation. They didn't even send me an invitation, how could I stay? Thinking of what happened last night, Fang Yan felt a little sad. How could there be such a person? Hugging and hugging, when they just entered the plot, you sent them to the door and said Happy New Year, see you next year. As a determined teacher, what Fang Yan hated the most was people who gave up halfway. What great achievements would they have in the future? Thinking of how he was going to be looked down upon by these two idiots, Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan, Fang Yan wanted to beat them up. This year's snow came earlier than usual. When the plane landed at Yanjing International Airport, except for the runway that had been cleared, the ground was a vast expanse of white. The entire Yanjing International Airport was a black and white ink painting. The runway was black, and the snow-covered areas were white. I finally saw snow. Someone exclaimed in the rear cabin. That was the first time tourists from the south made a joyful cry when they saw snow. A knowing smile appeared on Fang Yan's face. After leaving home for half a year, he finally came back. Winter was winter when it snowed. He liked this world that was covered with ice and snow. When the cabin door opened, Fang Yan left with Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan. Goodbye. The beautiful air stewardess bowed. The one with the oval face is prettier, Fang Yan said to Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan behind him, as if he had made the final decision. Her breasts are fuller. Speaking of the word fuller, he thought of something familiar. What was it? Fang Yan was in a good mood and liked everything he saw. Of course, there were also people he didn't like. A group of people in black walked towards him, or rather, they walked towards where he was standing. Fang Yan gave Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan a look, then the three Marshall nephews moved to the side of the aisle. The aisle was narrow, and there were too many people on the other side. If they collided head-on, there was naturally no way they could pass. There had to be someone who moved aside. Fang Yan was willing to be the person who moved aside. Didn't the public service announcements often say that when everyone takes a small step back, society takes a big step forward? Unexpectedly, the group of people in black stopped in front of Fang Yan. The leader was a young man in a black suit. The man was very handsome and had exquisite facial features. He was the kind of handsome man who could be the captain or the image of any idol group. The handsome man adjusted the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and asked with a smile, Fang Yan? His smile was very good-looking, as if it could melt the ice and snow of the outside world. Even the two air stewardesses who were standing at the door of the cabin were dazzled and forgot to say a sweet goodbye to the guests when they left. The group of people in black blocked the aisle, and the guests who came out first did not dare to approach. The people in front did not dare to go, and the people behind could not go, so there was a lot of noise in the cabin. Many people did not know what was going on outside. It's me, Fang Yan said frankly. Since they had come to the door, it was impossible to hide his identity. Someone wants to see you, the handsome man said. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself, I'm Muing. Muing? Fang Yan's eyes narrowed. The dragon in the sea, the tigress on the ground, and the eagle in the sky. The handsome man habitually adjusted the glasses on the bridge of his nose again and said, if I remember correctly, the person you're talking about is me. I don't think you're very busy right now, come with me. Sorry, I can't go with you, Fang Yan said with a smile. When I got on the plane, my mom started to cook my favorite beef tendon. I'm in a hurry to go back for dinner. If I go back late, the meat will either be cooked or the bones will cool, and the taste will change. Muing was not angry. He looked at Fang Yan and asked, are you seriously rejecting me? Look at my face, Fang Yan said. Am I smiling? The people I want to hire have never failed, Muing said. He smiled again, revealing 8 neat, snow-white teeth. Fang Yan sighed in his mind. It was a pity that this guy didn't become an actor to make little girls scream and cry. Don't make it hard for me, and I won't make it hard for you, okay? We're both polite people. You're making it hard for me by asking me to go with you, don't you realize that at all? Fang Yan said with a serious expression. I'm not one of those little girls who will willingly go back with you if you throw me a flirtatious look. Then how about going back with me? A bright voice suddenly came from the back of the crowd. The men in black parted as a group of women in black camouflage walked over. Their military boots clanked as they walked on the concrete floor. It was as if they were stepping on everyone's hearts, making it hard for them to breathe. The leader was a voluptuous woman with a big silver ring on her ear. She strode up to Fang Yan, looked at him with a smile, and said, "Who would like such a pretty boy? You're a man of iron bones. Come back with me, okay? I'll buy you some candy." The woman's facial features were rough, but they didn't look ugly when put together. Instead, they gave her a strange sense of beauty. She was tall, strong, and voluptuous, like a beautiful aggressive heifer. Every man who saw her had a desire to conquer her. Fang Yan looked at the pretty boy, mooing, and then at the camouflaged woman who was standing in front of him, wanting to hold him in her arms and dote on him. He squinted his eyes and smiled, saying, "Both of you want me to go with you. It's really hard for me to choose. Why don't you two fight it out? I'll go with whoever wins." Chapter 322. If two children were fighting over the same apple, and the father said that if the two of them went out to fight, the winner would get the apple, then the two children might actually go out and fight. However, Fang Yan was facing two adults with high IQs. He asked them to go out and fight, and he would go with whoever won. Wasn't he crazy? Did he think they were idiots? What happened next shocked everyone. Hearing Fang Yan's words, Eagle Moo smiled and nodded. "That's a good idea, fair and just. No one will lose out, and no one will gain an advantage." The camouflaged woman also grinned. Her plump lips curled up slightly as she said, "I've long wanted to give you a good beating, pretty boy. A perfectly fine man growing up to look like a sissy like you, it's disgusting to look at, then let's begin." Eagle Moo said. "At the same time, I also don't like women who look like you. Fight here. You might be shameless, but I'm not. If we fight in full swing on such a cold day, other people won't be able to bear the cold," the camouflaged woman said with disdain. "If you want to fight, then fight somewhere else. Don't stop other people from going home and reuniting. Leave this to us," Eagle Moo said. "I have a very good place to recommend." "Then what are you waiting for? Lead the way," the camouflaged woman said. Eagle Moo glanced at Fang Yan and said, "I have to admit, you're a lucky guy, even luckier than me." Saying so, he led the group of black-clothed people out of the passage. "I'm a lucky guy, there's no need to deny that. But, what does luckier than you mean? Do you think you're that lucky?" Fang Yan secretly thought, but didn't say it out loud. It wasn't that Fang Yan was afraid of losing to Eagle Moo, but because Eagle Moo had already found his target, so why would he stick his face in front of him and say something stupid like "You want to fight me?" The camouflaged woman pinched Fang Yan's face and said, "I'm called Tigress, but I'm not a tigress, little brother, don't forget big sister." Saying so, she also led her female army away. Fang Yingying looked confused and said, "Are they really going to fight? Isn't that too childish?" Fang Yan glanced at Fang Yingying and said, "They are not childish. If either side comes alone, we have to go with them today." But the fact that the two teams appeared at the same time and formed such a stalemate, this was not a coincidence. Someone sets a trap, someone breaks it. Is someone helping us? Fang Haohan asked. Fang Yan nodded and said, "If someone wants to know our flight number, it's just a phone call away. Don't make it public. We'd better hurry back. Who knows if there will be a third group of people inviting us to their homes. Being too popular is sometimes a burden." The three martial nephews were planning to wait until Muing and the tigress were far away so they could escape. However, Muing and the tigress both stopped at the end of the corridor and turned to look at Fang Yan. The tigress hooked her finger at Fang Yan and said, "What's wrong? Little brother, are you in such a hurry to say goodbye to your sister? That won't do. You are our bet." Mu Ying looked at Fang Yan and said, "Then come with us. It's good to watch the fun." Fang Yan had no choice but to follow the two groups of people toward the place they were leading. It wasn't until the group of people who blocked the passage had gone far away that the passengers who were intercepted got off the plane one after another. Just now, those groups of people were at daggers drawn, and they didn't even dare to breathe. Some people regretted that they didn't take out their mobile phones to take pictures. Otherwise, they could have posted them to attract attention. "That man with glasses is so handsome," the women praised one after another. Fang Yan didn't know how Mu Ying and the others found this warehouse. There were so many warehouses in the airport, and he didn't know how they knew that this warehouse was empty. The warehouse, which was the size of a football field, only had some junk piled up in the corner. No one looked after it, and no one passed by. It was indeed an excellent place to practice. Mu Ying adjusted the glasses on the bridge of his nose, walked out from the crowd, and stood in the middle of the warehouse. The tigress grinned at Fang Yan and said, "Little brother, watch carefully. I'm going to break the bridge of this pretty boy's nose. In my eyes, you're better looking." Fang Yan smiled and nodded, but didn't say anything. He didn't want to offend anyone before he figured out the situation. He felt that he was the most innocent person in this incident. He just wanted to go home for the new year, and then two groups of people suddenly rushed out and wanted to take him away. Who did he offend? Not only was Mu Ying handsome, but his body was also very good. Coupled with the small glasses on the bridge of his nose, he looked like one of those beautiful men on TV. The tigress was tall, and standing opposite Mu Ying, she seemed to be stronger than him. Of course, the tigress's leather boots definitely had some advantages. As for whether Mu Ying's leather shoes had any internal strength enhancement, it was not something that outsiders could know. The man was wearing an expensive tailored suit, and every thread and detail seemed to have been specially repaired. The woman was wearing a wild camouflage. When the smile on her face disappeared, and her eyes became cold, she looked like a tigress who could pounce on someone at any time. Tigress, just like her name suggested. Mu Ying took off the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, took out a silk handkerchief from his chest pocket, and carefully wrapped the glasses. A black-clothed man behind him took the glasses and carefully placed them in his pocket. "Since there are guests, let's start. Don't let them wait too long," Mu Ying waved at the tigress. The tigress didn't attack immediately, but she lowered her body again. Her head and waist swayed back and forth like layers of waves. No one knew when she would attack, and no one knew how she would do it. This kind of uncertainty put a lot of pressure on people. Mu Ying looked gentle, but he didn't seem to have a good temper. Seeing that the tigress didn't want to take the initiative, he said with a smile, "If you don't want to take the initiative, then don't blame me for not being a gentleman." Before his voice faded, he was already in front of the tigress and punched her chin. "You want to die," the tigress said disdainfully. She clenched one hand into a fist and punched Mu Ying's fist with a stronger force. Fist against fist, flesh against flesh. Eagles were cunning and agile, but they were also fierce. A goshawk swooped down from the sky with the force of a lion pouncing on a tiger. Tigers were the kings of the jungle, famous for their bravery and strength. The king of birds in the sky and the king of beasts on the ground collided. Who would be the final winner? SSSSSSS. Before the fists touched, the wind and chi carried by the fists had already collided, creating a piercing noise. Boom, the two fists collided, and two majestic waves of air swept out. Mu Ying's meticulously combed hair was blown into a mess, and the big silver earring on the tigress' ear shook violently as if it was going to fly away. This wasn't the end. The moment their fists touched, they both exerted force again. Release of internal force. Bang! With a muffled sound, Mu Ying and the tigress were sent flying at the same time. According to the book, Use of Force, external force could injure people, and internal force could kill people. In other words, using the same amount of force, external force could severely injure someone, while internal force could directly kill someone. This was also the reason why countless martial artists wanted to practice internal force but couldn't find the right path. Zhang Chen was a classic example. His external force had reached the peak, but compared to Fang Yan, who could release internal force, one move was enough to determine the winner. Mu Ying and the tigress both knew how to release their internal force, which was extremely rare in Yanjing. Also, according to Fang Yan's observation, the two were very good at using qi, and their qi was thick and strong. He was afraid that they were about to enter the third realm of external force and internal force. Of course, there was also the possibility that they were deliberately hiding their strength. After one hit, the tigress took 3 steps back, and Mu Ying took 4. The tigress had a slight advantage. The tigress laughed proudly and said, "It's a pity that I didn't destroy your pretty face. You always say that I'm good-looking. Do you like me?" Mu Ying said elegantly, as if the previous loss didn't affect his mood at all. He was a guy who could easily win the favor of women. The tigress sneered and said, "Yes. I like you so much that I want to kill you." Her figure spread out once again, and the leather boots under her feet clattered on the concrete floor like a running monster. Mu Ying's eyes narrowed. He ran twice in a row, and his body suddenly jumped high. His body soared into the air, and then he swooped down like a vulture hunting for its prey. He clenched his fists and punched the tigress's head. If this punch landed, the tigress' head would burst open like a watermelon that had received a heavy blow, and juice would splatter everywhere. The tigress knew his intention, but she didn't try to dodge. She was confident that she could send him flying before he hit her head. At the moment of life and death, Mu Ying's fist suddenly disappeared. No, it just moved down an inch. Whoosh, his fist silently appeared on the tigress's chest, and then he punched the tigress's plump and sturdy chest. Bang! The tigress' body was hit hard, and she flew backward while blood spurted out of her mouth. However, as her body flew backward in the air, the military boots on her feet suddenly left her feet, like a missile that was shot out. Bang! Mu Ying's chest was hit by the leather boots. He grunted, and his body, which was flying in the air, fell heavily to the ground. Good fight, Fang Yan praised sincerely. Both sides hurt. Chapter 323. There was a clear shoe print on Eagle Mu's chest, while there was a trace of blood on the corner of Tigress's mouth. Their bodies were separated by 4 to 5 feet. The man in black brought by Eagle Mu and the woman in camouflage brought by Tigress stood in front of them to separate them. Fang Yan looked at Eagle Mu and Tigress in the middle of the battlefield and asked Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan, "If the two of you were to fight against either Eagle Mu or Tigress, what are your chances of winning?" "I can last 5 minutes," Fang Yingying answered. "I'll turn around and run," Fang Haohan answered. Fang Yingying felt that Fang Haohan's answer was a bit more intelligent than his, so he angrily said, "Junior Marshal Uncle said it's a match, but you turned around and ran? What kind of match is that? Isn't running away a disgrace to the Fang family? We'd rather die than be cowards on the battlefield." Fang Yan glanced at Fang Yingying and said, "It's better for you to turn around and run. Those two, they really aren't people you can handle, that's all there is to it." Fang Yingying was unconvinced. "They aren't as fast as I am, let's not talk about the strength they displayed and the power they unleashed. I suspect they're hiding their true strength." "Hiding their true strength? It's just a show, is there a need to fight so hard?" Fang Yan smiled. "Show?" Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan were confused. They're fighting so hard just to put on a show. To show who? To show the people behind them. To show the people who asked them to invite them. Fang Yan smiled. "That's not easy." Tigress glared at Eagle Mu and cursed, "I knew a sissy like you wouldn't have the guts to fight me fair and square, you only know how to use tricks." Eagle Mu wiped the shoe print on his chest with a handkerchief in disgust and said, "Even the shoes are hidden weapons, who's the real scumbag here? That's your punishment. Fight me again if you dare." I can even fight another 10 rounds. Fang Yan didn't say a word and waited with a face full of admiration. However, the two of them said that they would fight another 10 rounds, but they were reluctant to start. The tigress turned to look at Fang Yan and said, "Little brother, are you anxious?" "No, no." Fang Yan waved his hand. "You guys fight your own battles, don't worry about me. The two of you are highly skilled, and your strength is strong. I admire you from the bottom of my heart." I was so engrossed in watching that I didn't notice the passage of time. Eagle Moo laughed and said, "That's true. We will fight our own, and when the sandpiper and the clam fight, the fisherman will reap the spoon. We will both be wounded, and then none of us will be able to take you back. Am I right?" Fang Yan didn't hide it anymore. He smiled and said, "With your current state, you can't stop me if I want to leave, right?" The tigress was overjoyed and pointed at Fang Yan. "Bold, this is the kind of man this tigress likes." Eagle Moo also smiled and said, "You really know how to take advantage of others. We really can't stop you now, you can go." Fang Yan waved his hand and told Eagle Moo and the tigress, "To be honest, I think you two are a good match. Thank you for welcoming me, we'll meet again in the future." The tigress was angry, but Eagle Moo was even angrier. The tigress looked at the three of them walking away and smiled. "I heard that Eagle Moo never fails when he invites people. Is today an exception?" "It is an exception." Eagle Moo pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses and answered honestly. "Not being able to invite the guests back, that master of yours is probably going to be furious, right?" the tigress mocked. "I didn't manage to invite the guests back, and neither did you." Eagle Moo laughed. "The young lady must be very happy to hear such news. Why would she blame me for not doing a good job?" "Humph. You purposely came to ruin my plans." "Same to you. Do you still want to fight?" "I want to do some exercise today. I need a target to vent my anger on." "I'm sorry, I suddenly don't want to move today." "Why?" the tigress asked. "You're too ugly, I can't hit you," Eagle Moo said. The three of them left the airport, but no one came to pick them up. They hailed a taxi and got in. After telling the driver the address, the taxi driver looked hesitant. "Why aren't you leaving?" Fang Yan asked. "Big brother, that place is too far. I'm afraid that the road will be blocked by snow," the taxi driver explained. "Add 100 yuan as a tip," Fang Yan said. "Big brother, it's not about the money, I'm just afraid that the wheels will get stuck. If that happens, I won't be able to call for help." "Add 200 yuan as a tip," Fang Yan said. "Brother, you're a kind person. With these 200 bucks, even if the wheels get stuck, it'll be enough for me to call for a tow truck. Sit tight, we're leaving now. I promise I'll send you back for dinner." "No problem." So, the taxi crushed the snow on the ground and left a trail of dust behind. After Fang Yan and the other two left, Eagle Moo and the tigress came out from another exit. They left in their own cars. There were still people waiting for them in Yanjing City. Swallow Dock. It was a very strange place. It looked like a town, but it also looked like an isolated village. It belonged to Yanjing City, but it was very far from Yanjing City. Although it was called a suburb, it was built beautifully, classically and solemnly. Fang Yan's home was here. Screech, the taxi stopped in front of the stone monument of Swallow Dock. The driver pointed at the road that hadn't been cleared and said, "Brother, there's really no way to go forward. The road ahead is covered by snow, who knows if there are pits in it. Can you walk a few steps?" "Sure. Then I'll walk a few steps," Fang Yan said. He didn't want the taxi to send him directly to the door, he didn't think he was ready. The three got out of the car. When the taxi driver left, he politely gave them his business card and said that if they needed a car, they could call him at any time. After getting a positive answer from Fang Yan, he turned around and left. Fang Yingxiong and Fang Haohan's faces were filled with excitement, and they had the awe-inspiring aura of someone who had just returned home. Fang Yan was a little timid. The closer he was to home, the more nervous he was. When he left home, he didn't look good, and now he was a little embarrassed. The closer he was to home, the more timid he was. Junior Marshal Uncle, let me carry the suitcase. Fang Yingying picked up the heaviest suitcase. Inside were gifts that Lu Chaoge bought for the elders of the Fang family. If he carried it back, it would naturally be pleasing. Fang Haohan was a little slow, so he had to pick up Fang Yan's suitcase. He stared at Fang Yingying with dissatisfaction, blaming him for not being loyal. Fang Yan's hands were empty, and his heart was empty. The shoes of the three stepped on the snow, making a kacha-kacha sound. The familiar street, the familiar alley, the familiar river embankment, the familiar willow, kacha, Fang Yan suddenly stopped in the snow. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan, who were walking in front, turned around at the same time and looked at Fang Yan in confusion. Fang Haohan asked, Junior Marshal Uncle, why didn't you walk? Junior Marshal Uncle, did you forget something? Fang Yingying asked. Fang Yan didn't answer. He looked straight ahead with a cold gaze. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan turned around at the same time, and the expression on their faces instantly became cold. In the world of ice and snow, a small white dot was quickly flying towards them. The white dot became bigger and bigger, and its speed also became faster and faster. Finally, it turned into a human figure. His white robe fluttered, and his black hair was loose. An extremely handsome and gentle man stood in front of Fang Yan. He held a bamboo scroll in his hand, and his whole body was filled with a comfortable scholarly aura. His smile was very gentle, and his eyes were very pure. Everyone who saw him would think that he was a noble young master who lived in seclusion in the mountains, untainted by karma and untainted by dust. The only thing that was out of place was that he was standing barefoot in the snow in this windy and snowy weather. His feet sank deep into the snow, leaving a row of long footprints on the white snow. However, when Fang Yan saw the row of footprints, his pupils couldn't help but shrink again. Every footprint was the same size, and every footprint was of the same depth. In other words, as he ran, the strength of every step he took was the same, not a bit lighter, not a bit heavier. Just how heaven-defying was this person's control of strength? He didn't waste a single bit of strength. Scholar Bai Xiu. Bai Xiu was an anomaly. Even in a place like Swallow Dock where there were countless strange people, he was still an anomaly. No one had ever said that he was talented, and no one had ever dared to look down on his strength. He kept a low profile, but everyone liked and respected him. Fang Huohuo was an exception. Yi Gentle was known as the number one among the younger generation in the martial world, but she said that he didn't have a 100% chance of winning against Bai Xiu. When Fang Yan didn't have the heart of Tai Chi, Yi Gentle was a fierce existence who could pinch Fang Yan as she pleased. But such an invincible woman said that she might not be able to defeat Bai Xiu. How could Fang Yan, who was lying on the bed, face himself? Fang Yan and Bai Xiu were polar opposites in Swallow Dock. Fang Yan was a typical bad boy, while Bai Xiu was the representative of a good boy. When Fang Yan was young, his family always taught him things like, look at Bai Xiu, he can already recite hundreds of Tang poems, look at Bai Xiu, he scored 100 marks in the exam, look at Bai Xiu, he can already draw the swallow painting, look at Bai Xiu. Every bad boy had a good boy by his side. The good boy by Fang Yan's side was Bai Xiu. Bai Xiu looked at Fang Yan and grinned. It was snowing heavily. I was sitting at home, warming my wine and reading poems. I happened to read the line, the master of Mount Hibiscus in the snow, dogs bark at the wooden door, returning on a snowy night. When I heard the sound of a car outside, I thought it must be you. Bai Xiu looked at Fang Yan with joy and said, it's really you. Chapter 324. The good students and the bad students were like two contradictory classes. The good students suppressed the bad students in terms of academics, and the bad students fought back against the good students in terms of martial arts. Of course, Fang Huohuo failed miserably. He was suppressed by Bai Xiu in terms of academics, but he failed to suppress Bai Xiu in terms of martial arts. From the day he met Bai Xiu, Fang Yan didn't like him. Why was he always so gentle and polite? Why were his clothes always white and clean without a wrinkle? Why was he always able to get full marks in exams, write poems, paint, and play all kinds of musical instruments? Fang Yan wasn't a perfect person, so he didn't like Bai Xiu, who was too perfect. On the other hand, Bai Xiu was neither too close nor too close to Fang Yan, neither too close nor too cold, neither too close nor too distant. Of course, he was like this to everyone. Looking at the barefoot Bai Xiu, Fang Yan said with a smile, "I don't think we're that close. Just tell me, why did you come out to see me?" Bai Xiu looked Fang Yan up and down and said, "You defeated the Japanese sword god Chiba Hashirama?" "That's true." "You defeated Yuro?" "I can't say I defeated him." Fang Yan glanced around with the corner of his eyes. He didn't see Yuro, the Fang family, or even a chicken raised by the Fang family. The Fang family's chickens were like the people of the Fang family. They walked with their heads held high and had a very special spirit. Of course, this didn't mean that Fang Yan could pick out the Fang family's chickens from other flocks. They didn't have the ability to look down on other chickens, mainly because Fang Yan didn't see a single chicken within hundreds of meters. The snow was so heavy that even the chickens didn't want to come out to look for food. "We just had a friendly match. I didn't lose. Then you won." Bai Xiu looked at Fang Yan with a smile. "So, your heart of Tai Chi is resurrected again?" "What do you mean my heart of Tai Chi is resurrected?" "My Tai Chi heart is still alive." Fang Yan raised an eyebrow and looked at Bai Xiu. "You all know?" "Got it," Bai Xiu replied with a serious expression. "Because the heart of Tai Chi disappeared, you were worried about being beaten and humiliated by Yi Rou, so you ran away and didn't dare to accept the challenge. Everyone in Swallow Dock knows about it." Fang Yingying was furious and said, "Who said that our junior martial uncle's heart of Tai Chi has disappeared? Our junior martial uncle's heart of Tai Chi has always existed. Not only does it exist, but it has also risen by a very, very large realm. The reason why our junior martial uncle ran away, not to run away, but to leave, was because he didn't want to hurt Miss Yi. Junior martial uncle's heart of Tai Chi was improving too fast, and his strength was getting stronger and stronger. He was worried that he would defeat Miss Yi in this year's competition. Miss Yi is such a proud and arrogant person. If she fails, how sad will she be?" "That's right," Fang Haohan echoed. Junior martial uncle didn't want to fight with Miss Yi because he cared about her. Otherwise, junior martial uncle wouldn't have left. Besides, even if junior martial uncle left because the heart of Tai Chi disappeared, now junior martial uncle's heart of Tai Chi has come back, and it has improved greatly. Isn't this a good inspirational story? In the eyes of Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan, their junior martial uncle Fang Yan was a disabled but strong-willed person. After the heart of Tai Chi disappeared, he didn't want to give up. He endured humiliation and ran away from home to regain his confidence and become a real strong human being. Finally, through his hard work and luck, he finally succeeded. The school should write the story of junior martial uncle Fang Yan into the textbooks. Bai Xiu laughed as he looked at Fang Yingying and said, "Hero, you're getting fatter and fatter. Life in Huaqing isn't bad, right?" Fang Yingying opened his mouth and laughed until he was about to cry. "Why did you praise a parent for being fat? Don't you know how to chat?" Bai Xiu looked at Fang Haohan and said, "Hero is still as thin as before. You should find a doctor to treat your illness. It's not good to eat glass all the time." Fang Haohan's expression was calm as he said, "Being able to eat glass is already very good." Bai Xiu looked at Fang Yan and said, "Hero is right. Your experience is really inspirational. If you agree, I'll consider writing it into the textbooks for the students." There was a school in Swallow Dock. It had a very old name. Regardless of age, knowledge was taught by a few knowledgeable people. Tang poetry, song poetry, 3-character classic, disciple rules. They could also talk about classics, history, mathematics, music, and painting. The teacher could teach whatever they wanted to teach, and the students could listen to whatever they wanted to listen. The teacher was natural, and the students were free. The parents of Swallow Dock would send their children to the school to learn. Even some teenagers or elderly people who had nothing to do would find a chair at the back of the classroom to listen to the class or take a nap. Of course, no one forced them to come to class. If you wanted to send your child to a noble school or a bilingual school, that was your freedom. However, if someone really did that, they would definitely be ridiculed by the people of Swallow Dock. In the eyes of the people of Swallow Dock, the school in Swallow Dock was the best educational institution in the world. If you sent your child to another place to learn, it would undoubtedly be a denial of Swallow Dock's culture. Not everyone was qualified to be a teacher in Swallow Dock. Fang Yen tried, but didn't get the interview. On the other hand, Bai Xiu was personally invited by the school to teach the students. The reason why Fang Yen went to Huaqing to be a teacher was probably because he wanted to rebuild his confidence. Of course, it was more likely that he needed a job at that time, and his grandfather happened to be the old headmaster of Rosefinch Secondary. That won't be necessary. Fang Yen refused. I'm a low-key person. I don't like to be the hero of a story or the superhero who saves the world. A bowl of porridge, a cup of tea, and a simple life I want. That's enough. Bai Xiu smiled and nodded. Up to you. After saying that, Bai Xiu didn't have any intention of leaving. Fang Yen looked at Bai Xiu with an unfriendly gaze. You want to fight with me? No, no. Bai Xiu acted as if he had heard something very ridiculous. He waved his hands in denial. His pale cheeks flushed red. It seemed that Fang Yan's words had greatly stimulated him. These days, there were very few men who would blush because of a man's words. If it wasn't because he liked Fang Yan, it proved that his personality was indeed simple and kind. You've just returned. I don't have any intention of fighting with you. I just heard that you've regained the heart of Tai Chi and improved in the Tai Chi realm, so I'm very curious. So, you still want to fight with me? Fang Yan looked coldly at Bai Xiu. This was what he disliked the most about Bai Xiu. If you have something to say, just say it. If you have something to do, just do it. Why are you so wishy-washy? Are you a mother-in-law or a mother? Bai Xiu nodded embarrassedly. I just want to try. You know that I've always been very curious about new things. Since you want to try, I'll go back and eat first. Fang Yan said. He liked to prank Bai Xiu like this. Whenever Bai Xiu wanted to do something but didn't want to say it, he would use this method to retaliate. Don't you want it? Since I know, I won't let you get what you want. Every time Fang Yan bullied Bai Xiu like this, Phoenix would speak up for Bai Xiu. Thus, Fang Yan would bully Bai Xiu even more. In the past, Fang Yan thought that Bai Xiu did this because he was in his rebellious phase. However, Bai Xiu still did it happily. This proved that his behavior had nothing to do with rebelliousness. It was because he really didn't like Bai Xiu's style of speaking and doing things. All right. Bai Xiu said. There was a deep regret on his face. He wouldn't force others to do something they didn't want to do. Go back and eat first. You've just returned home. There must be a lot of things you need to deal with. Since you say so, let's fight, Fang Yan said. You're interested in new things. I'm only interested in you. Fang Yan's gaze swept over the row of footprints. The wind blew the snow, and the sky was dark. The row of footprints could no longer be seen clearly. However, Fang Yan could still clearly remember how they looked when he first saw them. They were the same size and had the same depth. How much did Bai Xiu's strength increase? Being strong and not returning home was like walking at night in brocade clothes. Fang Yan still had a big dream in his heart. After his heart of Tai Chi returned, he thought that during the spring festival, he would go door to door and challenge his friends who were close or not close to him. He would defeat them one by one. That way, they would be too embarrassed to call him Fong Ran and laugh at him for running away from home. Fong Ran ran. When he thought of this nickname, he wanted to vomit a few liters of blood. Since Bai Xiu took the initiative to challenge him, then he would start with him. Is it too bad? It won't take up your time, will it? Bai Xiu said with a guilty expression. Are you done? Fang Yan said impatiently. If you want to fight, then fight. You talk too much. Bai Xiu was not angry. Bai Xiu was not angry. He thought about it seriously and said, if we want to determine the winner, I'm afraid it will take a long time. My parents and relatives are waiting at home, and I don't want to waste too much of your time, lest they blame me. How about this, let's exchange 3 blows. After 3 moves, no matter who wins or loses, we will go home. How about it? Okay. Then 3 moves it is. Fang Yan nodded and agreed to Bai Xiu's suggestion. If they wanted to decide the winner, it would indeed take a long time. Besides, this was the stone tablet of Swallow Dock, and also the entrance to Swallow Dock. It would be bad if they startled some people who should not be startled. Hearing Fang Yan agree, Bai Xiu was happy as if he had obtained a treasure. He said, then let's begin. He waved his sleeve, and a gust of wind attacked Fang Yan. Fang Yan rolled his eyes helplessly. Chapter 325. Inside the manor, a beautiful woman dressed in white was driving a dark red lawn mower to cut the grass. Crack, crack, every time the blade of the lawnmower closed, the precious grass would be cut in 2. Grass foam and juices flew everywhere, the smell of grass mixed with the cold air and permeated the entire manor. The woman was very serious. She drove the lawnmower forward slowly and leisurely, as if she was doing something very important. Eagle Moo waited at the edge of the field, a small path made of protruding green bricks. This way, he wouldn't step on the young lady's favorite patch of grass. Crack, crack, as the lawn mower passed by Eagle Moo, the white-clothed, white-gloved mower didn't seem to have any intention of stopping. Eagle Moo called out, "Young lady, the tigress appeared at the airport, I couldn't bring Fang Yan back." "Got it," the woman responded faintly and continued to drive the mower to cut the grass. Eagle Moo's report didn't come as a surprise at all. Eagle Moo smiled, pushed up his gold-rimmed glasses, then turned around to leave the manor. Since the young lady said she got it, that means she already expected this answer. In an old courtyard house, a young man was sitting on a stone chair playing chess with an old man. The old man wanted to take back his move after one of his cannons was eaten, but the young man wouldn't agree. The 2 of them were in a stalemate, neither able to convince the other. Knock knock, the sound of someone knocking on the door could be heard. The old and leaky wooden door swayed gently, but no one pushed the door open to enter. The old man pushed the chess piece forward and said, "I hate it when I'm playing chess the most. If you have something to say, then get out of here. Don't bring these trivial things to disturb my peace. You knew you were going to lose, so you purposely pushed the chess piece away." The man smiled and said. "It's not the first time either." The old man took a sip of hot tea from the teapot and scolded, "You think I'm a sore loser? I've lost at least 80 battles, big or small, in my life. And the result? Where are the old dogs that beat me now? Dead. A person who would never lose, how many people would be jealous of him? Sometimes, it's better to lose, it's better to be safe. If he lost, he could live longer. Look at me. How old am I? I've already forgotten about it." The old man thought of something he was proud of and started singing at the top of his voice, "I was originally a carefree person from Crouching Dragon Hill. Talking about yin and yang was as easy as turning one's palm to protect the universe. The late emperor went down to Nanyang to invite the imperial entourage thrice and allied with Dong Yuwu to destroy Chao Wei. He was given the title of Marquis of Wuxiang, holding the commander's seal, conquering from the east to the west, attacking from the north to the south. The man sat on the stone chair and listened with a smile. It was not until the old man finished singing the empty city stratagem that he got up and walked out of the courtyard. "You didn't bring it back." The man frowned slightly. The tigress looked at the man and spoke in a respectful tone. Eagle Moo interfered. "We had a big fight, but the target went missing." The expression on the man's face gradually softened as he said, "It's not surprising that they knew we would take action. They could protect him for a while, but not forever. This is Beijing." The man stepped over the threshold of the small courtyard and headed outside. A man in black followed behind him unhurriedly. The tigress looked at the man's receding figure with a playful look in her eyes. Ziji Tongjian said, "A person with both talent and virtue is called a sage, while a person without both talent and virtue is called a fool. Virtue over talent is called a gentleman, talent over virtue is called a villain." Bai Xiu had both talent and virtue. It was too much to call him a saint, but no one would have any objections if he was called a gentleman. For example, the first move he made with his sleeves and used the wind as an attack. It was a warm-up or a gift move for martial artists before a duel. Because the lethality was limited, it usually did not cause much physical harm to the person being attacked. Other people would think of ways to knock down their opponent in a fight, but he would never use all his killing moves right from the start. Of course, Bai Xiu's move was not that simple. Full wind sleeves, chi like a knife. The so-called wind knife was to turn the wind into a knife, and the knife was invisible. Bai Xiu just casually waved his sleeves, and countless cold winds turned into an invisible wind knife, slashing toward Fang Yan's chest. The knife was invisible, but it carried the wind and was extremely powerful. Whoosh! Fang Yan gathered his strength in his dantian, and fiercely punched out. The iron fist met the blade of the wind knife. The wind knife lasted for a breath of time before collapsing, scattering everywhere. Fang Yan retracted his fist, and looked at Bai Xiu. "We are all adults, don't play this kind of children's game. You know this level of duel can't hurt me, and it can't test my ability. If it's for the sake of being a gentleman, then it's really not necessary. Save it for someone else." Bai Xiu smiled honestly, and said, "I know this wind knife can't hurt you, and I also know this level of attack can't test your ability. But you just came back, and I want to fight you to the death. I don't think that's appropriate. I don't want to kill you." "2 more moves," Fang Yan said. "Hurry up. I still have to go home after the fight." Fang Yan looked up at the sky, and said, "The snow is getting heavier." The sky grew darker, and snowflakes fluttered down, dancing in the wind. "Yeah. The snow is getting heavier," Bai Xiu agreed. His body spun 360 degrees on the spot, so fast that he was like a spinning top whose shadow could not be seen clearly. His robe flapped in the wind, and his sleeves fluttered towards the sky. It was as if he wanted to catch all the beautiful snowflakes falling from the sky in his sleeves. Whoosh! When his body stopped, countless snowballs flew towards Fang Yan's direction. These snowballs were the size of fingernails, crystal clear, round and cute, as if they were finished products from a machine production line. However, countless snowballs were equivalent to countless silver bullets. They carried a strong gust of wind and murderous intent, whistling towards Fang Yan. The sky full of snowballs gathered into a formation. Fang Yan's body, as well as his possible escape routes, were all sealed. Fang Yan's eyes became cold, and finally became serious. He knew the power of these snowballs. Each snowball was like a hard steel ball. These ice balls that Bai Xiu had temporarily condensed had a destructive power that could destroy anything. Even an iron plate could be pierced through by them. Flying flowers and leaves could hurt people. The same principle applied to wind knives and snow arrows. During the war, the Xingyi master Li Hanshan encountered dozens of strong enemies. Unarmed, he killed all the attackers with a handful of pine needles. Later, he found out that these people were members of the East Sea Black Dragon Triad. In a rage, Li Hanshan joined the National Army and led his mountain-moving brigade to wipe out countless invaders. He especially took revenge on the East Sea Black Dragon Triad. In the northeast of Huaxia, the strongest area of the Black Dragon Triad was almost completely wiped out by Li Hanshan. This was the effect of practicing internal force to the extreme. Li Hanshan finally became a grandmaster, and was nicknamed King of Needles. From then on, generations of martial artists aimed to pursue stronger and purer internal force. Fang Yan and Bai Xiu were both masters of internal martial arts, and also figures of the inner Jianghu. They started to practice qi at a very young age, and when qi flowed through their whole body and into their weapons, they could always achieve unexpected results. Bai Xiu's second attack made Fang Yan feel danger. The heart of Tai Chi rotated automatically, and the Tai Chi realm also unfolded naturally. In the Tai Chi realm, the countless snowballs turned into countless white spots, rushing toward all the vital points and acupuncture points on Fang Yan's body. This alone showed that Bai Xiu's strength was unfathomable. Those ordinary snowballs in his hands seemed to have eyes, and had the ability to recognize and hit acupuncture points. If they hurt the flesh, they would only have to lie in bed for 3 months to recover. However, if they hurt the vital points or acupuncture points, they would either die or be disabled. This Bai Xiu had indeed become fierce. Of course, the purpose of a martial arts competition was to defeat the other party. An opponent who always attacked one's buttocks or calves would probably be looked down upon. Fang Yan stretched out his hands. With just a light stretch, he caught a handful of snowballs in his palms. He threw the ice balls out, and the ice balls collided with the other ice balls. One hit the other, and the 2 snowballs that deviated from their direction hit even more snowballs at the same time. With the help of the Tai Chi realm, Fang Yan could clearly see the positions and trajectories of those snowballs. He was like a brilliant magician, using the snowballs as a primer, causing the interior of the ice formation to loosen and disintegrate. Pa 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 pa, the sound of the snowballs hitting each other rang out incessantly, and the sound of ice cracking rose and fell. Pa! The wind stopped, and the snow scattered. Fang Yan's surroundings were restored to tranquility. The howling wind stopped, and the ice balls that were jumping restlessly also disappeared. It was as if they had never been in this world. They were originally condensed from snowflakes, and after being hit by the snowballs infused with hidden force from Fang Yan, they naturally broke into pieces, and then instantly turned back into soft white snow. Bai Xiu's eyes flickered, and he said, "This is the evolved Tai Chi realm?" The previous Tai Chi realm wasn't like this, it didn't have this kind of ability. This is the evolved Tai Chi realm, Fang Yan said with a smile. I named it Starlight. Every meteor has its own trajectory, and in my Tai Chi realm, every object's movement, even the slightest movement of grass has its own trajectory. Congratulations, Bai Xiu said. If it's sincere congratulations, a withered yellow bamboo piece appeared in Fang Yan's palm, and he said, "Why do you still want to kill me?" There were words on the bamboo piece, the first line of the Sleeping in the Snow with the Master of Hibiscus Mountain, the sun sets in the distant mountains. Chapter 326. Bai Xiu held the bamboo slip in his hand. The first piece of bamboo was taken away and became his weapon to kill his enemy. Under the attack of the ice balls that filled the sky, a bamboo piece that blended in with the color of the sky suddenly flew over. The worst thing was that the bamboo piece came from behind, and it stabbed into the middle of Fang Yan's back while he was busy blocking the ice balls, as if there was another killer hiding in the snow behind him. A pincer attack, using countless ice balls as bait to attract Fang Yan's attention, but the real killer move was on this bamboo piece. Fortunately, Fang Yan had the heart of Tai Chi. The heart of Tai Chi was the heart of nature, and the domain of Tai Chi was the domain of the king. In his own territory, everything was under Fang Yan's supervision. Therefore, Fang Yan chose to grab a handful of ice balls to block the ice balls, while his other hand was used to intercept the killer move from behind. Being on guard, the bamboo piece fell into Fang Yan's hand. Bai Xiu looked at the bamboo piece and smiled. This is my third move. The third move to kill me. I'm just more attentive. As you said, if I don't use a special move, I can't defeat you, and it's difficult to force you to use your true strength. Even so, you still blocked it. Bai Xiu showed a regretful expression. A move that doesn't kill can't be considered a killer move. I should have been more cautious. Fang Yan looked at Bai Xiu with a smile. Don't worry, there will be another chance, yes. Bai Xiu nodded seriously. Now that you're back at Swallow Fort, we have a chance to spar at any time, right? Did Phoenix go to Flower City to find you? Fang Yan stared sharply at Bai Xiu, trying to see through his real thoughts at the moment. Was he jealous? Or could it be that the murderous intent had arisen from love? Yes. Fang Yan nodded. Since Bai Xiu already knew, there was no point in hiding it. After all, many people had seen the phoenix when he had fought against the Thousand Leaves army on the peak of One Sword Peak. A shy smile appeared on Bai Xiu's face again as he said, "Thank you." "Thank you? What are you thanking me for?" Fang Yan asked. "Thank you for taking care of her for me," Bai Xiu said matter-of-factly. "Aren't you worried?" "Worried? I'm worried that we'll rekindle our old feelings," Fang Yan said. "The two of you never had any feelings for each other. How could you have rekindled them?" Bai Xiu asked with a puzzled expression. Fang Yan felt like he had been stabbed in the chest. He waved his hand and impatiently said to Bai Xiu, let's go back to eat." "Goodbye," Bai Xiu said with a smile. By the time Fang Yan, Fang Yingying, and Fang Haohan had gone far away, Bai Xiu was still standing straight in the snowstorm. He pulled his right hand out from behind his back and looked at the red line mark in the middle of his palm with a slight frown. He took out another piece of bamboo from the bamboo slip, then used it as a knife and used it to make a cut on his palm. His flesh split open and blood gushed out. His palm and the gaps between his fingers were instantly dyed red with blood. The shallow red line was actually a living creature. Perhaps it had sensed danger and wanted to burrow deeper into his flesh. Bai Xiu's fingers shot out like lightning and pinched one end of the red line with 2 fingers, forcibly pulling it out of his palm. Screech, 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 the red line shook its head and let out a soft cry. Bai Xiu raised the red line snake in front of his eyes and looked at it, then suddenly exerted force. Crack, the red line snake's body exploded and turned into a puddle of blood. Bai Xiu threw the red line snake on the ground, then grabbed a handful of snow and rubbed it in his hand to clean the blood off his fingers. "What else do you know?" Bai Xiu muttered to himself. The biting cold wind blew his long hair, and his white robe also danced wildly in the wind. He sprinted barefoot like a wandering ghost in the wilderness. Crack, 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 the 3 martial nephews walked through the deep snow toward the Fang family's mansion again. "Junior martial uncle, who won, you or Bai Xiu?" Fang Yingying asked as he carried the big box. Because the snow was too deep, he could not put the box on the ground and pull it. He could only carry it in his arms and protect it carefully. He knew that the box was filled with gifts from Miss Lu Chaoga to the Fang family's master. If he carried it back like this, the matriarch would at least praise Fang Yingying for his hard work and that this handsome young man was very good at doing things. "I won," Fang Yan said. "I knew junior martial uncle must have won, so I didn't ask." "So I won't ask," Fang Haohan said. Fang Yingying had the urge to beat up Fang Haohan. "How could you stab your own brother like that?" He retorted, "I also knew that junior martial uncle must have won. The reason why I asked this question is because, if no one asked, junior martial uncle himself would be too embarrassed to tell us that he won, right? And this is the only way to express how much we value junior martial uncle's every match." "He didn't lose either," Fang Yan said. His expression was stern, and his eyes were filled with unfathomable thoughts. "What do you mean?" Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan were dumbfounded. What kind of answer was that? Did junior martial uncle win or lose? If he won, Junior Marshall Uncle would definitely tell them, because he was not a humble person. Hero. Good man, Fang Yan said in a deep voice. If Bai Xiu wants to kill you, don't hesitate, run. Run as far as you can. Junior Marshall Uncle, Fang Yingying's eyes widened. Bai Xiu is, Junior Marshall Uncle, we understand. Fang Haohan kicked Fang Yingying's foot and interrupted, we won't give Bai Xiu a chance. If Bai Xiu wants to kill us, we'll turn around and run, while shouting for help. Fang Yan looked at Fang Haohan with relief and said, N. That's what you should do. Don't have any wishful thinking. Fang Yingying was very sad. He felt that he couldn't understand what Junior Marshall Uncle and Fang Haohan were talking about. Why did Bai Xiu want to kill them? They were all from the same village, why did he want to kill them? If he dared to kill them, wouldn't he be afraid of Junior Marshall Uncle's revenge? Shifu wouldn't let him go either, right? After walking through this alley and a pond, the first house facing the pond was the Fang family's mansion. As they got closer and closer to home, Fang Yan became nervous again. Kacha, Fang Yan, who was walking at the back, suddenly stopped. Fang Yingxiong and Fang Haohan, who were in front, habitually looked forward. They didn't find any suspicious characters, not even a chicken. Who would come out and walk around when it was snowing? Junior Marshall Uncle, what did you find? Fang Yingying asked. There's no one in front, Fang Haohan reminded. Let's call home, Fang Yan said. Call. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan were dumbfounded. Fang Yingying's chubby finger pointed ahead and said, Junior Marshall Uncle, we'll be home in another 500 meters. We don't need to call, right? Let's just call, Fang Yan said. We'll give our family a surprise. But if you call, won't everyone know that we're coming back? How can there be a surprise? Fang Yingying felt that his IQ couldn't understand Fang Yan's behavior. Fang Yan took out his phone from his pocket and called home. Soon, the call was picked up. Hello, who is this? His mother's voice came through. Mom, it's me, Fang Yan shouted while holding the phone. Fang Yan. Brat, are you on vacation? When are you coming back? His mother asked eagerly. In front of their own children, all parents in the world didn't have much resistance. Mom, I won't be coming back for Chinese New Year, Fang Yan said. I'm planning to spend Chinese New Year in Huacheng, so I can spend some time with Grandpa and Grandma, not coming back. How can you? If you want to spend time with Grandpa and Grandma, you can invite them over, how can I not come back? Mom, my dad, he is still mad at me, right? I left in such a hurry that I didn't have time to tell him. He must have been very disappointed, right? I feel very guilty, Fang Yan asked in a low voice. Silly kid, you're afraid that your dad is still mad at you, so you don't dare to come back, right? Don't worry, with me here, your dad won't dare to scold you. Come back, I'm on your side this time. If he dares to scold you, I won't forgive him. This time, it's not your fault, Mom, this is indeed my fault. It has nothing to do with my dad. You can't argue with him because of this. You have to stand on my dad's side, he's doing this for my own good. I miss you too, I'll think about it, no need to think about it. Come back quickly. I'm waiting for you at home, I know you like to eat lamb scorpion, I'll make a big pot of it for you, okay? I'll tell you when I get back, Fang Yan said with a smile. Silly son, come back. I miss you, Mom said softly, her voice was sour. Mom, I know, I miss you too. Don't worry, I'll be back soon, Fang Yan comforted her softly. Okay. I'll wait for you at home, Mom said. Fang Yan hung up the phone and said to Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan, let's go. We can go back now. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan looked at Fang Yan in a daze, feeling weak all over. He was worried that if he suddenly returned home, he would be bombarded by the whole family, so he made a phone call at home, using the excuse that he didn't dare to go home to persuade his mother to split their forces. They tried their best to catch up again and again, but they were left behind by him again and again. They thought they had grasped the true meaning and essence of Fang Yan's shamelessness, but every time Fang Yan performed, it would refresh their worldview. Junior Marshall Uncle ran all the way in front. When would he reach the end? Chapter 327. When Lu Wan put down the phone, Fang Yixing came out of the study with a scroll of Wu Kaizi's 13 masterpieces of calligraphy and painting. Seeing Lu Wan's expression, he asked, "Is it that brat?" Lu Wan looked at Fang Yixing unkindly and said, "What brat?" "He is your son." "Humph, I don't have such a son." Fleeing in the face of battle, avoiding battle, cowardly and fearless of death, shameless and shameless, was this a man of the Fang family? He is even worse than a woman. I, Fang Yixing, can't afford to lose my face. Fang Yixing shouted angrily. Speaking of his good-for-nothing son, he was angry. Humiliation, it was a humiliation as big as the heavens. How could he do such a thing? How could he run away on the day of the competition? If he couldn't beat others, he should let them beat him. He had been beaten before, why did he run away? Why did he run away? From the day Fang Yan ran away, Fang Yixing felt that he had lost all his face. He could no longer straighten his back and raise his head to look at others. Fang Yixing, you really raised a good son, ha 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 ha, he ran away. Fang Yixing, didn't you say your son went to take a bath and change clothes? I'm afraid he won't come out for a year and a half. Should we continue to wait? Old Fang, your son, is clever. Ordinary people can't do this. Thinking of the ridiculing faces of the Fang family and the crazy smiles of his friends when they talked about his son, Fang Yixing had an impulse to catch Fang Yan and beat him to death. He not only lost his face, but also the face of the ancestors of the Fang family. When the old man heard that Fang Yan ran away before the competition, the person who had been paralyzed for many years stood up from the wheelchair, and then fell to the ground. Now he still had the face to come back. And he still had the face to call back. Fang Yixing, are you done? Lu Wan shouted angrily. Lu Wan inherited her father's stubbornness and her mother's kindness. In addition, she was nurtured in a scholarly family for many years, so she was gentle and rarely got angry with others. She was like the character, Wan, in her name. However, when she encountered something that she thought she must persist in, the energy she burst out was also amazing. For example, everything about her son, Fang Yan. Fang Yixing looked at his wife Lu Wan in surprise, frowned and asked, "What did that brat say to you again? Is it reasonable for him to skip class and run away?" "What did he say?" "He said he wasn't going home for the Lunar New Year. He said he wanted to spend the Lunar New Year with his grandma in Huacheng. Wasn't it all because of you? He was afraid that you were still angry with him. He was afraid that you would be sad and disappointed with him. Look at you, what have you done to the child all these years? How did I oppress him? I'm doing this for his own good. Are you doing this for his own good? Who was he doing this for? Who did he live for? Why should he suffer so many grievances? Why do you have to shoulder so much pressure?" Lu Wan stared at Fang Yixing fiercely and said, "My son doesn't like to practice martial arts since he was born. What he likes most is reading poems, writing lyrics and flowers. He has the blood of the Fang family in his blood, and half of it is the blood of the Lu family. The Lu family hates fighting and killing the most. But what did you do? You forced him to practice his stance, and he stood there for hours. If he couldn't finish the task, he was punished. The punishment was to stand for a longer time. When he was a little older, he was asked to learn boxing. When his hands were red and swollen, he was not allowed to rest for a day." Fang Yixing knew that his wife was really angry. He explained in a low voice, "He can't rest. Once he rests, all his previous efforts will be wasted. He can only get through the hurdle in one go. Yes, you are his father. You said he can't rest, so he can only continue to practice. After standing for a while, he will practice boxing. After boxing, he will practice palm, sword, plum blossom steps. He will learn all the things you asked him to learn. Have you ever asked for his opinion? Do you know if he really likes it? You told him that the Fong family Tai Chi must be inherited by someone. You told him that the Fong family needs someone to bring glory to the Fong family. You told him that you are a descendant of the Fong family, so you must shoulder this burden. What are you doing? Aren't you a descendant of the Fong family? Why don't you inherit the Fong family Tai Chi? Why don't you go and bring glory to the Fong family? You stay in the study all day, reading and painting. When the child makes a little mistake, you scold him. Why? You have escaped for your whole life. Can't you allow my son to escape for once? Fang Yixing opened his mouth, but he found that he couldn't say anything. What she said was so reasonable. He was a descendant of the Fang family, and he was Fang Yan's father. If they talked about continuing the Tai Chi to bring glory to the Fang family, shouldn't he go first? What right did he have to push all the responsibilities and obligations onto his own son? Just because Fang Yan was his son. Lu Wan also knew that what she said was too harsh. But for the happiness of the child, she had to correct Fang Yixing's wrong point of view and let him have a new understanding of his son. Fang Yan doesn't like to practice martial arts. But he does it because of your request. Fang Yan longs for freedom most, but he carries that responsibility on his back and walks forward step by step. He has the heart of Tai Chi at a young age. Everyone praises him as a young genius. In Swallow Dock, how many kids are better than our Fang Yan? Did he bring shame to the Fang family? Did he make the Fang family feel disappointed? Who cares about the face of the Fang family more than him? Who cares about the honor of the Fang family more than him? He was beaten by that girl from the Yi family year after year. A young man like him cares about his honor the most. But did he give in? Did he escape? When the heart of Tai Chi suddenly disappeared, who was the most panicked? Who was the most sad? Can you understand the pressure he was under at that time? Have you ever thought about it from his point of view? Why did he stay? For the honor of the Fang family, to show the backbone of the men of the Fang family, to let everyone know that he was not a genius? To let everyone know that his heart of Tai Chi was just a flash in the pan? To let him be beaten again in front of everyone? Fang Yixing, Fang Yan is your son, not our enemy. How can you be so cruel to him? He doesn't even dare to go home now. Do you want me to lose this son? Fang Yixing was silent for a long time. He sighed and said, ask him to come back. What's the use of asking him to come back? He is afraid that you will be angry, not me. What do you want? You call our son and ask him to come back, Lu Wan said. Only if you call him in person will it be effective. The muscles on Fang Yixing's face twitched. That bastard made him lose face, and he had to call him to come back for the spring festival. Wasn't this bullying? You don't want to call. If you don't call, I won't call either. Just prepare to lose this son, Lu Wan said stubbornly. You are being unreasonable. Fang Yixing was extremely angry. You are being rude. Although the child died disgracefully, haven't you heard that? His heart of Tai Chi has been revived, and it's more powerful than before. Moreover, that Japanese sword god was defeated by him. A few days ago, the old master received congratulatory letters from his old friends, congratulating him for having a good grandson. The old master was very happy and asked me when Fang Yan would come back. I won't call. Fang Yixing said. If you want to call, do it yourself. After Fang Yixing said that, he turned around and walked to the study with the book in his hand. Bang! After the door was closed, Fang Yixing's expression immediately became gloomy. He walked back and forth in the study, from left to right, and from right to left. He opened the ink box and wanted to write a piece of calligraphy, but he didn't have any interest in picking up the brush. When he threw the brush into the inkstone, a smear of ink flew up and splashed on the back of his hand. When he wiped it with his hand, it became a pool of irregular black stain. Fang Yixing walked to the sofa and sat down. He looked at the telephone on the table and didn't move his eyes for a long time. He reached out his hand, grabbed the phone, and was about to dial a number. After dialing 2 numbers, he was irritated and put the phone down. He was restless. Seeing her husband enter the study, Lu Wan was sad. The men in this family were too proud. For the sake of their own face, they even abandoned their son. They were not even willing to call their son. Wasn't such a father too unqualified? "Mom, I'm back," a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Lu Wan turned around and saw her son, Fang Yan, standing at the door and looking at her with a smile. A delicate face, a shy smile, and a piece of snow on his raised eyebrows. Fang Yan? Lu Wan couldn't believe her eyes. Her son just told her on the phone that he wouldn't come home for the spring festival. How did he stand in front of her in the blink of an eye? "Mom, it's me. I'm back." Fang Yan patted the snow on his body and strode into the hall. Fang Yingying carried a big box with difficulty. Fang Haohan, who was sweaty, carried a cloth bag and followed Fang Yan into the house. These 2 guys carried the box and walked all the way, but it wasn't as hard as walking from the yard to the door. Lu Wan grabbed her son's hand and asked in surprise, "Didn't you say you were going to spend the spring festival in Huacheng and wouldn't come back?" "Yes. I thought so at first, but after calling you, I thought I should come back. You said you would think about it." "Yes. I've thought about it very quickly." "About 2 seconds, Fang Yan said embarrassedly. "You said you should say hello before coming back," Lu Wan said. "I haven't had time to stew lamb and scorpion for you. I said hello to you." "When?" Fang Yan pointed at the doorstep and said, "I just stood there and said, I said, 'Mom, I'm back.' I was saying hello to you." Chapter 328. Lu Wan was such a gentle woman, but she had the urge to strangle Fang Yan and bury him in the snow. This son. Was he really born by her? How could she give birth to a son with such a character? If she still couldn't understand Fang Yan's trick, then Lu Wan had grown up in a scholarly family in vain. People who read more were naturally smarter than ordinary people. The moment she saw her son appear at the door, she understood what her son was up to. This bastard was worried that she would be bombarded by the family when she came back, so he called in advance to say that he would not be home for the spring festival. Receiving such a call was naturally very sad. When she couldn't help but stand up to speak for him and had a civil war with Fang Yixing, who was most angry about his escape, he suddenly appeared at the door. Wasn't this adding fuel to the fire? Lu Wan felt very sorry for her husband. It was pitiful enough to give birth to such a son, but he was also ridiculed and scolded by her. "You came back a long time ago, right?" Lu Wan looked at Fang Yan and asked. "It's not early," Fang Yan said. "I just got home." "I mean, you decided to come back to Yanjing for the spring festival a long time ago, and you came back early, but you didn't call me in advance." "I did call, but you lied to me and said that you wouldn't be home for the spring festival, which made me sad for a while." "Mom, I also wanted to give you a surprise," Fang Yan said embarrassedly. "Surprise? Hee, it's really a surprise." Lu Wan waved at Fang Yan. "Fang Yan, come here and let Mom have a look." Fang Yan opened his eyes wide and looked at Lu Wan with vigilance, saying, "Mom, you don't want to hit me, do you?" Lu Wan rolled her eyes at her son and said with a smile, "Why would I hit you? You are my son. I just want to see if you have lost weight, whether you eat well and sleep well outside. Actually, I'm fine." Fang Yan moved towards Lu Wan step by step. "But I want to maintain my figure, so I don't dare to eat too much." "But Fang Yingying is a little fatter." Yes. I'm fat. Fang Yingying echoed, trying to attract his mother's attention. What made him sad was that what he was doing was useless. No one even looked at him. Fang Haohan patted him on the shoulder and said sympathetically, "No one looked at me either." It would have been better if Fang Haohan hadn't said anything. Hearing these comforting words, Fang Yingying's tears almost flowed out. It was too damn sad. Fang Yan spent a lot of effort to move in front of Lu Wan and said, "Mom, what do you want to see?" Lu Wan suddenly grabbed Fang Yan's ear and pulled his body towards her. Fang Yan cried out in pain and said, "It hurts, it hurts." "Mom, be gentle, I'm going to be disfigured." "What do I want to see? What do you think I want to see?" Lu Wan scolded angrily. "I just want to see whether your face is thicker or not." "Ah, how can you torment your own parents like this?" "Why did I give birth to a son like you? You called home to lie and made me quarrel with your father. I'm going to pull your ear off." "Mom, I'm wrong. Mom. Mom, I was wrong. I didn't want to do this, but Fang Yingxiong said that I should call home to inform them." Fang Haohan also said that it would give people a pleasant surprise. "First, you'll be disappointed, then I'll suddenly appear in front of you. They all said that you'll be very happy this way. It's all my fault for believing in their slanderous words." Fang Yan betrayed Fang Yingxiong and Fang Haohan without hesitation. What was the use of a martial nephew? Wasn't it used to be a scapegoat? As expected, Lu Wan glanced at Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan fiercely and said with a murderous look, "Fang Yingying, Fang Haohan." Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan looked at each other. They both had a kind of determination to pull Fang Yan down even if they were to be cut into pieces. Fang Yingying ran to Lu Wan with the big leather box in his arms and put it down. He knelt down with a thud and kowtowed 3 times. He hugged Lu Wan's leg and cried, "Madam, I miss you so much. How are you? I'm going to find Junior Marshal Uncle. I can't be filial to you. You must take good care of yourself. When you are hungry, remember to eat. When you are cold, remember to add clothes." Seeing that Lu Wan's face was getting darker and darker, Fang Yingying realized that he had acted too much. He hurriedly opened the big box in front of him and said attentively, "Madam, look. These are all the gifts your daughter-in-law chose for you. There must be something you like." "Daughter-in-law?" Lu Wan was stunned. Fang Yan got married outside? Daughter-in-law sent gifts? Sure enough, this trick worked well. Lu Wan's attention was immediately diverted. The muscles on Fang Yan's face kept twitching. He had an impulse to cut Fang Yingying 1,000 times and throw him out to feed the dogs. "You bastard son of a bitch, why do you have to touch my sore spot? Do you want me to live a peaceful life? Do you have any morality or loyalty?" Seeing that Fang Yingying had used up all his tricks, Fang Haohan did not want to show weakness. He knelt down in front of Lu Wan with a thud. After kowtowing 3 times, he shouted, "Madam, I kowtow to you. Fang Haohan was ordered by my master to look for Junior Marshal Uncle. I didn't let my master down. I finally found Junior Marshal Uncle in Huacheng. Originally, we wanted to take Junior Marshal Uncle back to Yanjing immediately. But Junior Marshal Uncle has joined the work in Huacheng. He is determined to teach his students what he has learned. This ambition is not small. Hero and I dare not disturb him. We can only accompany him. Cooking is my daily work. Hero and I take turns to do the laundry and mop the floor. We eat after Junior Marshal Uncle eats. We sleep after Junior Marshal Uncle sleeps. We never let Junior Marshal Uncle starve or freeze for a day. We have the kindness of the Fang family and my mother's care. All the grievances are not grievances. All the hardships are not hard. We just want to give my mother an explanation when we come back. We will be satisfied." Lu Wan was about to cry. She stroked Fang Haohan's head and said, "Hero, you have worked hard. I know you are a good boy. You and Hero are both good boys. Your master is too selfish. Fang Yan is a bastard. We shouldn't have looked for him. Now Fang Yan's cheeks were not only trembling. His whole body was shaking. So hateful. It's so hateful. He hunted wild geese all day long. Today, he was pecked blind by 2 small geese. Isn't the truth the opposite of what they said? Fang Yan wanted to kick Fang Yingying and Fang Haohen's butts. He scolded, "You 2 bastards. Touch your conscience. Tell my mother, who is taking care of Hu and Huacheng? Whose food are you eating? Whose house are you living in? How did you survive in Huacheng when you are penniless? Tell my mother clearly." Unfortunately, he forgot that his ear was still in Lu Wan's hand. Seeing that Fang Yan wanted to beat her, Lu Wan was even angrier. She pulled hard, and Fang Yan's kick failed. Lu Wan slapped Fang Yan's head and shouted, "You are such a wastrel. When you are at home, you have everything you need. When did you do housework? If it weren't for Fang Yingying and Fang Haohen, how could you survive in Huacheng? You don't know how to repay kindness, and you even touch your benefactor. Fang Yan, you are so disappointing." Fang Yan cried. He wanted to run away from home. This home was so dark that he couldn't feel any warmth. The city is getting dark. When love passes by, how many people can be happy? No one loves me. No one waits for me. I don't think I'll be lonely. The people in this city are too cold and weak. I'm the only one left. I've walked too much alone, and my tears keep rolling. Please save your love for me. My heart is so cold, waiting for you to hurt me. Slap. Fang Yan's head was slapped again. Also, what's wrong with my wife? There are so many girls. What's the job? Is she beautiful or not? You didn't even tell your family before you got married? Are you going to get married because you have a baby? You came back this time just to tell me the truth, right? If I don't agree, you're going to elope with someone. Explain it to me. Fang Yan was completely dumbfounded. Mom, have you watched too many melodramatic dramas at 8 o'clock? What do you mean by getting married because you have a baby? Come home and tell me the truth. Elope with someone? What are you talking about? I don't understand at all, okay? At this moment, even the originators, Fang Yingying and Fang Haohen, became idiots. They opened their mouths wide and couldn't say anything for a long time. They only mentioned the word, daughter-in-law. They didn't say anything else. Junior Marshal Uncle, you should be clear before you kill someone. Mom, can you let go of me first? Fang Yan said with red eyes. Let go of me first. I'll explain it to you. Let go of me and listen to your explanation. You can make phone calls and lie while standing in front of your house. If I let go of you, can you still believe what you say? Lu Wan sneered. Tell me quickly. Otherwise, I'll use all my strength. Although I haven't learned Kung Fu, I still have the strength to pull off an ear. Mom, this is a misunderstanding. That's Fang Yingying talking nonsense. How can you have a daughter-in-law? Ouch, ouch, ouch. What do you mean? What do you mean by how can you have a daughter-in-law? I have a son. Why don't I have a daughter-in-law? Can't you even find a wife? Lu Wan was so angry that her teeth itched. No wonder your dad said you ran away from the battle. You're shameless and afraid of death. You can't even find a girlfriend. Do you still deserve to be a man of our Fang family? Fang Yan was completely desperate. He raised his face 45 degrees to look at the gloomy sky outside. The snow was flying and the cold wind was howling. It was just like his damp mood at the moment. Mom, I've explained so much. I just want to ask one question, Fang Yan asked with a sad voice. Which family has the best excavator technology? Chapter 329. Lu Wan's character was very gentle, and her appearance was very classical. She could play the role of a beauty in ancient times by wearing a palace dress and changing her hairstyle. Fang Yan's appearance was more inherited from his mother, which was also the reason why he looked so delicate. Hearing the extremely strange question asked by Fang Yan, Lu Wan was extremely shocked and asked, "What excavator technology, Fang Yan? What are you talking about? Find a good excavator and let them dig a hole to bury me. Bury it deeper, so that I can't help but climb out again," Fang Yan said in a sad tone. "Anyway, you won't believe anything I say." Lu Wan then let go of Fang Yan's ear and said seriously, "Then tell me, what's going on?" "You don't have a daughter-in-law for the time being," Fang Yan said with absolute certainty. "The person they are talking about is a very good friend of mine." "No?" Lu Wan obviously still had some doubts about her son's words. Her eyes moved to Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan again, with an expression that said if they dared to lie to her, she would really find an excavator to dig a hole and bury them alive. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan looked at each other and knew that they could only grit their teeth and persist to the end. Just now, in order to change the topic, they revealed the matter of Fang Yan and Lu Chaoga. If they denied their previous words now, Lu Wan would definitely kill them. "Madam, if Junior Marshal Uncle says no, then no." Fang Yingying glanced at Fang Yan carefully, as if he had to say so because he was afraid of Fang Yan's power and influence. "However, when we were in Huacheng, we all lived in Miss Lu's house." "What?" Lu Wan widened her eyes. "Cohabitation? Fang Yan even cohabitation with a girl?" "Mom, don't look at me like this. I did live in her house, but that house is vacant. She usually doesn't live there." Junior Marshal Uncle didn't lie. "Miss Lu only comes to stay for a night occasionally." Fang Haohan loyally helped Fang Yan get away with it. Lu Wan stared at Fang Yan for a long time and asked, "Is Miss Lu's name Lu Chaoga?" Fang Yan's eyes widened. Even Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan were confused. They only called her Miss Lu and didn't seem to call her by her name. How did my mother know? Strange. Do you think I don't know what you've done in Flower City? Do you think that we can ignore you and pretend that we don't have a son like you after you leave? Lu Wan felt sour in her heart and said, "You haven't arrived in Flower City, but we already know your whereabouts. We know everything you've done in Flower City. I call your grandma every night. You've come up with a new teaching method, you've had conflicts with others, your class got the first place in the language exam. I know everything. Although your father said that he was angry and never asked about you, every time I called your grandma, he would sit next to the telephone and pretend to read the newspaper. I know he also misses you. Fang Yan, you're our child. As a parent, who would really be angry with their own child?" Plop. Fang Yan knelt down on the ground. "Mom, I'm sorry, I let you down," Fang Yan said with red eyes. "I've tried very hard, really tried very hard, but I always let you down again and again." Lu Wan reached out to pull Fang Yan up from the ground and said, "You didn't let us down. It's just that we had too high expectations of you. If we randomly found an opponent for you, how could you fail for 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, and then again? But we wanted you to find Yi Ro, in the whole Swallow Dock, who can be her opponent. Others can't beat her, so why should my son beat her? You've tried hard, we know, you don't like to practice martial arts, but you forced yourself to enter this field, and you can also achieve such achievements. How can I be disappointed with you? You don't know how proud I am. I can't wait to let the whole world know that I have a good son." Lu Wan bent over and patted the dust on Fang Yan's knees, saying, "I know Lu Chaoga, your grandma told me. She said that you two often went to eat together at home, and she was very happy to see you two sitting together. She also invited me to Flower City to have a look, hoping to facilitate the marriage between you two. I didn't agree. I'm afraid that I'll make you nervous if I go there. You've worked hard for your family for so many years, and you've been wronged for so many years. I hope you can live a relaxed and happy life in Flower City. You can live as you want, and you can live as you want, don't think about anything, and don't consider anything." Just do as you like. In addition, I don't want to interfere with your feelings too early. You've grown up, and you're no longer a child. It's natural for you to find a girl to fall in love with. Our Fang Yan is very smart and responsible. I believe you can handle your own affairs. Lu Wan reached out to hold Fang Yan's wrist and said, "You've been running around for a whole day. You must be hungry, right? The kitchen is ready for dinner. Go eat first. Let's talk while eating." Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan also got up from the ground. Fang Yingying bent over and patted the dust on Fang Haohan's knees, and Fang Haohan also patted the dust on Fang Yingying's knees. Then, the two brothers looked at each other and followed them to the dining room. When everyone in the living room had gone out, the door of the study was opened quietly. Fang Yixing listened to the voices of his son, Fang Yan, and his wife, Lu Wan, as well as the quarrel between Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan. He couldn't help but grin. He walked back to the desk and spread out the rice paper. He picked up the brush and used the ink to write 5 strong characters in one go. "Everything will be fine as long as you have a son." After eating a plate of dumplings, when Fang Yan was about to order a second plate, Fang Yixing walked into the dining room. Fang Yingying and Fang Haohan hurriedly got up. Fang Yan also stood up and shouted, "Dad, you still have the face to come back?" Fang Yixing snorted coldly and glanced sideways at Fang Yan. However, his tone was much gentler. It didn't seem like he was reprimanding his son, but more like he was joking with his son. Fang Yan looked at Fang Yixing and said sternly, "Father, I know that my action of running away from home has made you very embarrassed and disgraced you. I was in the wrong this time, I was too impulsive. I apologize to you." Fang Yixing originally thought that Fang Yan would quarrel with him, but he didn't expect him to react like this. "You're so tactful, how can I scold you? If you're wrong, you're wrong. If you're wrong, you have to apologize," Fang Yan said with a smile. "I also regretted it, but at that time, my heart was in a mess. I really didn't know what to do. I didn't even know who to discuss it with. You also know that I'm too prideful." The heart of Tai Chi was gone just like that. How could I have the face to complain to others? Fang Yixing sighed softly, looked at Fang Yan and said, "Let bygones be bygones. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Dad, let's have a drink," Fang Yan said. Fang Yixing usually didn't drink, but when he heard his son's suggestion, he was a little moved. He pulled out a chair and sat down, saying, "Let's have a drink." Fang Yingying hurriedly ran out to get the wine. "This kid is getting more and more slippery. Did you go to see your grandpa?" Fang Yixing asked. "I'll go in a while," Fang Yan said. "Did you underestimate the enemy?" "I'll go in a while," Fang Yan said. "I also brought him good wine. And the Yi family, I have to go and see them too," Fang Yixing said. "I will," Fang Yan said with a smile. "Prepare some gifts. I'll go to the Yi family to visit the old man." Fang Yixing and Lu Wan looked at each other. They both felt that their son's return this time was a little abnormal. In the past, it was more difficult for him to go to the Yi family than to kill him. Why didn't he resist at all this time? When Fang Yan went to the backyard to see his grandpa, the old man, Fang Hui, was sitting on a chair and soaking his feet. The weather was cold, and the blood in the old man's legs were not smooth. It was easy to get cold. Soaking his feet with medicinal soup could promote blood circulation and drive away the cold, which was good for the old man's health. Seeing Fang Yan enter the room, Fang Hui laughed out loud. He pointed at Fang Yan and said, "Kid, you're indeed Fang Hui's grandson. Even though you lost miserably, you still ran with vigor. Grandpa, I'll take that as a compliment." Fang Yan said with a smile. He walked to the old man and asked the nanny who was washing his grandpa's feet to leave. He continued the work that the nanny had not finished. He took his grandpa's feet out of the wooden bucket, wiped them with a clean towel, and carefully massaged the acupoints on his feet. He was much better at this than the nanny. Fang Hui looked at his grandson with a face full of love and said, "That old fisherman called me and said that you don't know how to respect the old and love the young, and even wanted to trick him into becoming your fighter." "Humph, my grandson wants a little help from him, and that's because he thinks highly of him. Why doesn't he look at himself? His old arms and legs are useless now." Fang Yan laughed and said, "He's really your friend? I thought he was lying to me, so I thought, no matter if you're my grandpa's friend or not, I'll beat the bad guys first. But he's so stingy, he won't even help a little." "Everyone has their own ambitions, you can't force them," Fang Hui said. "But, he also wanted me to give you a warning." "What warning?" "It's good for young people to be hot-blooded, but don't shed blood so easily," Fang Hui said. Fang Yan's eyes became fierce, and said, "Is he warning me or threatening me?" Fang Hui looked at Fang Yan and asked, "Fang Yan, tell Grandpa, who did you offend outside? Otherwise, that old thing, the fisherman, wouldn't have called me and said such a baffling thing." "Grandpa, I'll take care of it, don't worry." "Bullshit," Fang Hui shouted. "Your problem is our Fang family's problem. If someone bullies you, they're bullying our Fang family. If you bully others, it's our Fang family bullying others. If there's spit, it's my face. If there's a knife, it's me who'll block it. Do you think it's your turn?" Chapter 330. Fang Hui had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his bald head was shining. His gaze was like a knife, staring at his grandson, as if he would poke 1,000 holes into the kid if he was dissatisfied. "If there's spit, let it splash on my face. If there's a knife, let me block it with my body. Only those who love you deeply will say such words to you. Only say a few words to people, don't give up all your heart." This sentence had been used as a golden saying for thousands of years. Everyone was wearing layers of masks, looking left and right, scanning back and forth, extremely vigilant and careful. Everyone was so tired that they wished they could find a place with no one around and cry their hearts out. However, it was not like this at home. It was warm, comfortable, and caring for each other. When you were sick, no matter how late it was, father would rush out to buy medicine for you. When you were hungry, no matter how busy mother was, she would put down her work to make a bowl of dumplings or a bowl of noodles filled with soup. After thinking for a while, she would fiercely put 2 fried eggs on it. This kind of love was not mixed with the slightest bit of water. Fang Yan's eyes were red, and his heart was full of bitterness. He lowered his head and massaged the acupoints on his grandfather's feet. Because of being bedridden for a long time, the skin and flesh on his legs were thin and shriveled, like a piece of rotten old wood that had long lost its vitality. Grandpa was old. Fang Yixing didn't care about family affairs. He wrote poems and paintings, and he was more like a natural and unrestrained scholar. Therefore, the young Fang Yan and the old Fang Hui had to bear more pressure. At his age, with such a body, his grandfather should be enjoying the rest of his life, but he still had to work hard for the Fang family and for the younger generation. Fang Yan's heart was filled with guilt and unease. As if sensing Fang Yan's emotions, Fang Hui reached out and patted the back of Fang Yan's hand, saying, "Don't feel guilty, don't blame yourself, and don't have any psychological pressure. What do we old people want? Isn't it just for the safety of our descendants?" That old thing, the fisherman, refused to obey anyone his whole life. When we were young, we had a lot of fights, but he called a few days ago and praised me for having a good grandson. You see, I have already gained face here. Even if I close my eyes and go down to see our ancestors, I can still stand in front of them with my back straight. I can say loudly that I didn't bring shame to the Fang family. Grandpa, I was too mischievous in the past few years and often made you angry. Fang Yan said with a smile. I've experienced many things on this trip, and I've learned many things. I won't do it again. I want to be a good person. You don't have to think or ask anything in the future. Just read some books and practice boxing. When you're free, I'll push you out to bask in the sun. Try to live to 300 or 500 years old. Feng Hui let out a hearty laugh that shook the night sky. He patted the back of his grandson's hand hard and said, with such a grandson, what else can I ask for in life? What is there to seek in life? It's still a request. Let's just ask him to live for 300 to 500 years, Feng Yan said with a smile. The smile on Feng Hui's face disappeared. He looked at his grandson lovingly and said, Feng Yan, do you know? You've been sensible since you were young, that's not what you used to say, Feng Yan said with a smile. In the past, he often fought with people outside and provoked chickens and dogs. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was ignored by dogs. There were often children's parents who came to his door, and then his family would lock him in the house and punish him. When he was a child, he was whipped and stood on the pole. The so-called standing on the pole was upside down and had to carry a bowl of water on the tip of his toes. At that time, Feng Yan was still young. He was sweating profusely after 5 minutes, and his whole body was shaking after 10 minutes. After half an hour, he was half dead. Although Feng Yixing was strict with his son, he couldn't bear to punish him like this. However, Feng Hui wouldn't be polite with Feng Yan. When he heard that his grandson was causing trouble, he glared at him and shouted, stand on the pole for half an hour to wake up your brain. Therefore, after standing on the pole for half an hour, Feng Yan would often be paralyzed on the ground in a daze like a pile of mud. Why did you fight with people? That's because some people are too much. Grandpa's leg disease relapsed and he's paralyzed. Your father gave up halfway on the path of martial arts. In their eyes, he's no different from a useless person. He underestimated the enemy and was trapped in a demonic miasma. When others see that our Feng family is in decline, they want to bully us. The hundreds of families in our Swallow Dock all have a fighting spirit in their bones. When they scold you, you have to scold them back. If you dare to turn around and walk away, the next time you see them, they dare to kick you, they dare to slap you in the face. I'm useless, your father can't be hit, underestimate the enemy, sleep more than awake all day, you've seen all of this. So, you stood out at such a young age. Someone scolded me as an old cripple. Do you fight? Yes. Feng Yan said. Someone scolded your father as an old trash. Do you fight? Yes. Feng Yan said again. Someone scolded him as an old drunkard who underestimated the enemy. Do you fight? Yes, no. Feng Yan said with some uncertainty. He really is an old drunkard. I also call him an old drunkard. Slap. Feng Yan's head received a slap. Don't you know how bitter it is to underestimate the enemy? Feng Hui scolded. How dare we bully our Feng family when we underestimate the enemy? Who dares to say anything harsh to me, an old cripple, and your father, that old trash? If it weren't for the fact that we underestimated the enemy, who knows how hard it would have been for our Feng family. Grandpa, I know, Feng Yan's head hurt. He said gloomily, it's a fact that he likes to drink and is an old drunkard. But he's the only old drunkard that I respect, admire, and even somewhat worship. He could still create drunken crane riding the wind when he was that drunk. This footwork helped me a lot when we fought against the Japanese sword god, so, be more polite when you talk to the enemy next time. Don't be impolite. If I really did that, I'm afraid I won't even be able to enter his small courtyard in the future, Feng Yan said. Feng Hui thought about it and said with some annoyance, do as you please. A bunch of impolite lunatics. People will only be afraid when they're crazy, Feng Yan said with a smile. Yes. So at that time, you would beat people up every now and then. When people scolded me as an old cripple and your father as an old trash who underestimated the enemy as an old drunkard, you beat up their sons and grandsons until they were bleeding and screaming. Feng Hui sighed softly and said, we old guys can't do it anymore, but we still have the younger generation. Plus, our younger generation is better than theirs. As parents, don't they like to compete with their children's grades? You can be considered to have brought honor to our Fang family, winning every fight. Fang Yan smiled bitterly and said, "Your heart is like a mirror, why did you still punish me so severely back then?" "It wasn't punishment, it was training. Special training. Other than me, Fang Hui, whose grandfather would train his grandson like an animal." Fang Hui said proudly. "To make you stronger, to make you more powerful. I'm afraid that you'll lose the next fight. At that time, our Fang family won't even have the last piece of cloth to hide our shame." "You're really astute," Fang Yan said. "There are times when I've miscalculated," Fang Hui said. "At that time, I wanted to see where your bottom line was, how far you could go, but you actually won all the way. Even the genius of the Bailey family, Madman Bailey, was defeated by you." This became big news in the entire Swallow Dock. At that time, I was thinking, it seems like you haven't reached the end yet, so I'll pressure you a bit more, find someone more powerful to pressure, and see how deep your potential is. Fang Hui looked at Fang Yan a bit embarrassedly and said, "Originally, I wanted to find Bai Xiu, but the Bai family refused. But in this Swallow Dock, only the girl from the Yi family was suitable, so I shamelessly went to the Yi family to challenge them." When the Yi family saw that someone dared to challenge them, they were naturally furious, so the girl from the Yi family was a bit heavier. The Yi family's attitude toward our Fang family was a bit worse. "I can't beat Yi Rou, I lost the first time we sparred," Fang Yan said with a painful expression, as if he couldn't bear to recall the past. At that time, Yi Rou was really ruthless, and she didn't show any mercy. She sent him flying into the sky, and then stepped on him, breaking the door frame, and sinking into the mud wall. Sometimes, he even wondered if this girl wanted to kill him and end it all. Otherwise, it was just a sparring match. Why did it look like there was a deep hatred? Since I've already lost, it proves that my potential ends here. Why do I have to compete every year, year after year? I can't accept it, Fang Hui said. At that time, I thought, my grandson lost this time, but maybe he'll win next time. But I lost the second time, I know. But what if you win the third time? Fang Hui said with a serious face. You also know that the girl from the Yi family is known as the #1 among the younger generation in the Jianghu. If you beat her, who would dare to look down on our Fang family? A genius is about to rise, and they're not afraid of our revenge. So, I shamelessly challenged the Yi family for the third time. Wait, Fang Yan suddenly raised his head and stared at Fang Hui with his eyes wide open. You said, the third time? Didn't we agree to have a fight every year? How can that be? Who would want to do the same thing for 10 years? Fang Hui shook his head. The girl from the Yi family won the first year, but she didn't want to fight you again the second year. How did you convince them? I went to the Yi family and told them that they were afraid, weren't they? Otherwise, why didn't they dare to fight? My grandson trained hard for a year, and this year, he wants to take revenge. How can he not fight? You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.